Hey guys, Tiana, how was your day? Agrip, how are you? So, this game is a little different, for a lot of reasons. Let me do. Okay, so this is one of my favorite games. It's called Eliza, and if you've been here for a while, which a lot of you guys are new, but I played this game a long time ago. I think mid 2019 when it first came out, and it's a great game. I always talk about like, oh, I don't really like replaying games, but this is one of those games that I'm so sad that Twitch deleted the VOD because I want to share with you guys. But it gives me the opportunity to replay it and to kind of show you guys real time and talk about the themes again. Yeah, yeah, Gary. So, let me switch. Yeah, so Eliza is a visual novel about an AI counseling program, the people who develop it, and the people who use it. Follow Evelyn Ishino-Aubrey as she reconnects with people from her past, gets to know the people of Seattle who use Eliza for counseling, and decides the course of her future. So the overarching theme is AI counseling, right? Like, can an AI system give sufficient counseling? I feel like the conversation surrounding AI is always like, AI is the first thing they would replace, like labor type jobs, but it'd be, unthinkable to think that they could replace the more emotional, psychological side of jobs, like psychologists. Um, but this is what Eliza does. Eliza is the AI program. So it's very interesting and I love it. And I hope you guys enjoy it as well. And Gary, how are you, by the way? Yes. No way. I didn't know it had to be installed. It's okay. It shouldn't take too long. My computer's pretty good about it. And Eliza isn't a very, I don't know, taxing game on computers. Um, Note the lights. So I turned the lights on just so that it wasn't blinding me. You see how even just lights on one side, I have color on my face. Yeah, it's lights in the background are very important for my lighting in my room. Mm-mm. How is the sound for you guys? It's all the way up. I mean, right now it's just water, but do you hear the water? Nice. My day was good. I've been looking forward to the game, and I was really on the fence because I have a lot of games that cover some darker themes, but I really enjoy things like that. Like it doesn't weigh on me, but I know for some of the people who've been around, that's like Sundays. Maybe you guys wanted something lighter this week, so that's why I asked you guys in the Discord. All right. Yeah, definitely let me know if you ever think it's too loud or too quiet. Like if you want to hear more of it, let me know. This game saves automatically. You can pick up where you left off by selecting continue from the main menu. Chapter 1.
I had a dream this morning, but I can't remember what it was. It all vanished when the alarm went off. First time that's happened in a while. I've been drifting away inside my own world for too long. It's time for me to wake up.
Can you guys hear her voice well? What are you supposed to do on the light rail? use your phone, I guess, or look around. Is she sleeping? I hope she doesn't miss her stop.
Next stop, Capitol Hill Station.
Must be commuting to work. Maybe it's her first day at a new job, too. Seems unlikely. Evelyn, you will do it. I believe in you. Proxy Coordination Center. Skanda Orientation. Dear Evelyn, congratulations. You are taking the first step on an exciting and rewarding career with the Skanda family. Please show up promptly for your orientation meeting at 9 a.m. Friday, January 3rd. We are looking forward to working with you. Proxy Coordination Center. Avalon Fitness. Evelyn, we want you back. Was it something we said? Evelyn, we've noticed you haven't checked into your customized personal training plan at Avalon Fitness in the last 971 days. We get it. Life doesn't always move in a straight line. That's why we're offering a special 25-point bonus to your Avalon Prestige if you check in again within the next 2 weeks. There's never been a better time to get your health back on track. Avalon Fitness. And my gym does the same thing to me. Eliza, powered by Skanda. It's so strange to see it like this. Okay, what should I be doing here? Should I check in at the front desk? Wait, there's the woman I met at the orientation meeting last week.
Hi, you're Evelyn, right? You remember me? That's impressive. There were a lot of people at that orientation. Of course. I've done this for a while now, so I'm pretty good at putting names to faces. People always say they're bad at it, but it's a skill you can practice just like any other. In case you forgot though, I'm Ray. Come to me with all your questions, comments, complaints, whatever. And if you look around and can't find me, I'm probably at one of the other 2 counseling centers I'm running right now. So you can count on me being back soon. 3 centers? Sounds like a lot of work. Oh, it is a lot of work. This is kind of a temporary thing. We're growing fast, and hiring is one of our big challenges. That means there's decent opportunity for advancement here, if that's something you're looking to do.
Interesting, or probably not, but that's good to know. I'm gonna go with interesting. Keep my options open.
Interesting. Shall we start with a quick tour of the office?
Ray starts with the tastefully appointed lobby. There are a few people already waiting for their counseling sessions to start.
You could say the Queen Anne office is Eliza's flagship location. It has 12 individual counseling rooms. Currently, we're up to seeing almost 100 clients a day here. 100 a day? That's so many. The growth trend isn't stopping either. Demand for Eliza keeps exceeding our expectations, especially here in Seattle for whatever reason.
Wait, hold on. Oh. I wanna lower the music compared to the voice.
We're already looking at adding more capacity here. Either that or opening another location close by. Personally, I think having a single office with 24 counseling rooms might seem a little unfriendly, so I hope we go for a second location. I like to think of Eliza centers like cafes or coffee shops. A few small ones is better than one big one.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Counseling centers like coffee shops? Odd metaphor. Ray leads me into one of the counseling rooms.
And here's where the magic happens, in these little rooms. You'll get your assignments from the Eliza app on your phone. Oh, one thing to note, it's always a good idea to double-check the headset to make sure it's working properly before you dive in. We've had some quality control issues lately. After that, all you need to do is initiate the session and follow the instructions. Make sense so far? Any questions for me?
I think I got it.
I think I got it. Great. Before I go, just a few reminders of things we covered in orientation. No deviating from the script that Eliza gives you. No checking your smartphone or anything else that would take your attention away from the client during the session.
Yes, I understand.
Yes, I understand.
Ray stops for a moment and looks me over.
It looks like you're dressed acceptably as well. Nothing snazzy, but it'll do. You wouldn't believe the outfits some people come in here wearing. Okay, let me double check to make sure you're all set up in the system.
Ray takes out her phone and swipes a few times.
Yep, looks like you're all good to go. Okay, ready to start your first counseling session as an Eliza proxy?
Sure.
Sure. Don't worry, there's basically nothing you can do to mess it up. You just follow the prompts. It's a really impressive system. If you want, have a look around the counseling office first. Get comfortable. I'll check in with you afterward.
Hey, spaceman. You're just in time for our counseling session. Welcome. Thank you for signing up as an Eliza proxy. Eliza is a rapidly growing counseling service driven by the world's most advanced AI. As a proxy, you serve as a personal touch that allows our clients to hear what they need to hear from a real human being, not a robot or virtual avatar like our competitors. This is the official Eliza app for proxies. In it, you can view important messages from Skanda, your session history, and your current level and badges. Enjoy your experience helping people help themselves with Eliza. All. As Eliza counseling centers continue to open across the country, I want to take a moment to remind all provider proxies, please avoid deviating from the provided script. I know that it is tempting to come to conclusions about clients on your own, but Eliza will not work if proxies differ from its judgments. Keep in mind that you are present only in order to provide the human touch to an interaction that is fundamentally between the client and Eliza. Continual violation of this policy may result in reprimand or even termination. Thank you for your attention, Ed. No, this is the lighthearted option. True, Rackrat. I love the counseling sessions. Time to get started. It really looks like a therapist's office in here. Soft lighting, soothing art on the walls. Was this how I imagined it working? I can't remember anymore. The future happened without me. The headset activates. Okay, so pay attention. Look at this. Okay, before we keep going. On the right, it says the name of the patient. It says the phase that Eliza is in within the session. So right now we're in the introduction phase. It regulates their heart rate, respiration, EPR, affect, emotion, and receptivity, and vocal distress. So you're going to see sound waves. Proxy response is going to read what I have to say, and I can't deviate from it. On the left side, there's a bunch of code, and it's really interesting. So like, try to pay attention to the right side to see some of those details of the client. But the left side, the coding is pretty interesting as well. So I'll try to point it out. A distant-looking man shuffles into the room and sits down across from me. Hello, Darren.
Oh. Hello, Darren.
Hi.
You found the place okay?
Yeah.
Hope you didn't get rained on too much.
No, it was fine.
It's been raining a lot, hasn't it? It's supposed to clear up later today.
Oh, that's good. Little sun once in a while, but
Darren, what brings you here today?
well, I just feel empty inside. Like there was supposed to be something there, but it's missing. I go to work, I do my work, I go home, but there's nothing there. I feel like I'm simulating a person. Like I feel like just hollow and like I'm not even alive. Like a ghost or something.
So notice that sentiment analyzer, hollow, negative. So they'll pull words that are negative and positive.
How long have you felt this way?
For a long time. And it comes and goes, but the last 2 weeks is when it really started to get bad. It just suddenly came over me the way, the way things are going in this world. There's no future for humanity. There's no journey toward anything. We're being cruel to each other just to be cruel. The people who run things don't care about anything except themselves and can't stop them. Everyone is driven by greed. Just greed. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to get rich. And we're all gonna die because of it. The damage we're doing to the planet is irreversible. We're destroying everything and we can't even manage to stop ourselves.
Do you remember anything in particular that caused these feelings?
The state of the world is what's causing these feelings. I was on a walk the other day. I thought maybe I could clear my head. And all I could see was construction cranes and new development and oceans of money flowing in, distorting everything. Suddenly the whole city felt so damaged, so corrupted. I felt like I was an alien in a hostile world, a world that hated me. And we're building it. We're building this hell. We're choosing to build it right here, so what's the point? Probably overloaded your system with that, huh? Your machine learning or whatever it is you got going on in there.
Let's focus on you for the moment. Are these feelings you're experiencing affecting your ability to function at work?
I haven't been doing a whole lot of work. I just don't understand why I should bother. Why anyone should bother. Nobody in management's noticed yet, but eventually someone will, and I'll get fired.
And how does thinking about getting fired for that make you feel?
Honestly, I'd feel good about it. They don't deserve me dragging them down. Everyone there is smart and motivated and has a wonderful, promising career, beautiful, successful people. We moved to a swanky new building, expensive area, fancy restaurants, fancy bars. Everything is nice. Everything is nice and I feel terrible.
You said you believe your coworkers are happy.
Yeah, I mean way more than I am at least. They're all doing so much better than me.
Why do you say that?
Because they just aren't bothered by things the way I am. They see what's going on in the world and they just share memes about it and laugh and go on doing their jobs. The real horror of it doesn't get through to them. They still want to achieve their goals. They're still happy. They're getting promotions and falling in love and getting married and taking these wonderful trips to Japan or Sweden or wherever. Big mountains and expensive food on their timelines.
Would you be happy if you had those things too?
I don't know. I don't have them. I don't have anything to be happy about. Look, all I want is to understand why this is happening, why I'm here. I mean, there has to be a reason, right? Because otherwise, why do I exist? Why? This pain, this one thing after another, and what's the point? Do I have any cause to be hopeful about anything? Look at this world. Really look and tell me with a straight face that there is.
Okay, Darren, let's try something. Imagine that things are better for you. What does that look like?
What does that look like? I don't know. It looks like knowing that something matters at all. But nothing I do will matter. Nothing matters. Not against the face of human indifference. This absurdity.
Are there any other things that come to mind?
Like what? I wish I could talk to people. Really talk to people, have some actual communication. Like right now, I wish I could talk to you. To you. You as a human being. But I can't. You're just following the script that's been given to you. You're not supposed to say anything on your own. Look, I know how this works. It's just a bunch of AI, machine learning, deep learning, whatever the fuck you're calling it now. Look, I'm desperate and I can't even talk to a real human being. How did it end up like this?
Please, try to stay focused. I can't help you if you aren't speaking clearly.
No. Look, I'm done with this. Like, I shouldn't even have come. This is making me worse. Why can't you just talk to me as you? You, the person sitting there. I don't want to talk to a machine. The person who's sitting in front of me, I want her to say something. I want that person to say something, please. Anything, please. Please.
Okay. Hi, Darren.
Is that really you?
I'm still following the script.
Yes, it's me.
You're not following the script right now? Wait, say something weird. Say something only a human would say.
Darren, I'm going to get in trouble if I deviate from Eliza for too long.
No, I know, I just...
My real name is Evelyn.
Yeah? Well, it's, nice to meet you, Evelyn. I didn't expect you would actually do that for me. I'm not used to people doing things for me.
Okay, Darren. I have some recommendations for you.
Back to the program, huh?
First, I'm going to send a set of breathing exercises for you to do. Use them when things start to feel like too much. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Anexafen. Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Evelyn. That's a nice name. Look, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Please confirm that you understand the recommendations.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. We hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, I will. I mean, yeah, I will.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Yeah. Bye.
So, what do you guys think about the counseling sessions? I have a lot of thoughts about it, but because I played through this before, I don't want to say too much. Based on that alone, I would say I can definitely see where it can be difficult to be a proxy in those situations where one, there's a lot of empathy going on. And two, when there's a client begging you to give them that human interaction, it can be very hard to not. But did you see how the AI actually, they knew that the best response was going to be having that person believe that they are getting that human response, although it was manipulation on the AI's part, to have the proxy make it seem that way. But um, another thing to know, I do like that Eliza recommends them things that are non-medicinal as well, like with the breathing exercises. Um, but I don't like, I feel like there's so much that they unpacked, and I don't like that nothing was addressed. It was um, like there was so much analysis going on, but nothing was like exchanged and conversed and shared with the actual client. Based on my analysis, I believe you should do this. Thank you for coming. Instead of, I feel like getting more into it the way counseling today is, because this is ongoing counseling, right? It's not like one-time counseling. If it's ongoing, I feel like there should be a continuation of a conversation, some guidance through some of those feelings. Like, I think the AI asked a lot of good questions that got them to reflect on some of the things they were talking about. Like, at first, it was very, the whole world is the issue. Everything, like the existence, things that are completely out of their control, very, very large, and it seemed unending, right? Those are really consistent with a mind of depression. And when they started to question them, it started to reveal more characteristics of, well, I do believe other people are happy and they don't deserve me holding them back. And, like I don't know what it's like to be happy and I just want to connect with somebody, right? Like you kind of saw that play out. And I think that a real person, I mean, a professional, would have been able to ask those questions and then go further into it, right? Okay, you say you want human connection. What does that look like for you? Like, do you have anybody in your life working on plans to change things like that? Like deep breathing is very good, but I think it's also like day-to-day things that people can do that could be helpful. But then again, I do like the idea of the AI because it's a very neutral thing, right? There's no human error. There might be error, but it's not human error. But I do have questions on the coding because with any AI, unless it's completely free thinking, there's somebody who coded this, right? So the coders at the end of the day have a lot of say in the way therapy is going to play out and the kind of responses and analysis that is going to happen. Wow. That was intense.
Hey, how'd it go?
I don't know.
Why? What happened? Hold on, I can check the log.
Ray takes her phone out of her pocket again.
You're going to listen to the session? Is that okay?
Oh yeah, I have privacy clearance. This is still a new service, so we need to be able to monitor sessions for a variety of reasons. There could be bugs in the software we need to examine more closely. We're pretty upfront about all this.
Ray stares at her phone and watches for a while.
One of these guys. Yeah, we get people in who demand to speak to a real human being. It happens often enough that we made Eliza capable of handling it with a special script. It's nice to know things are working as designed.
Yeah, the part where Eliza made it seem that the proxy was speaking. And hey again, yeah, so we were going for something a little more lighthearted. This is one of my favorite games, and we played it mid-2019. Yeah. And the VOD's gone. So, or not mid-2019. We played it early 2020 when you first came. Huh. That's a pretty slick feature. I wouldn't have thought to create something like that.
Do you think that guy will be okay? He seemed pretty unhappy.
Who knows? Hopefully he gets his prescription and takes his meds and answers our follow-up reminders, but it's tough. We can't make them take their meds or come in when they're supposed to. All we can do is suggest those things, tell them they really ought to be doing it. Ultimately, they're the ones who have to decide to follow the plan. It's kind of a shame. I wish we had more leverage.
This is true. This is true for all counseling, and I wish a lot more people understood that. You know, counseling is about guidance. It's not about telling you what to do. Some people, they want to be able to just give their thoughts and their feelings and their problems to somebody, a professional, and just be told what to do. But that's not how it works. It's about guiding thoughts, guiding feelings, coming to conclusions that you lead. And there are a lot of recommendations, but a lot of people don't do the work outside of counseling to get the progress that they want. Even with medication, a lot of people think, okay, so you're telling me if I take this, I'm just gonna feel better. That's also not how it works. Medication ideally would be a short-term use paired with other things like the counseling or maybe like the breathing exercises or other types of therapies as well, because it takes work. You know, it takes a lot of work when it comes to any mental health or just personal growth type goals.
We'd help way more people if we could track their compliance. But that's probably too much to ask for at this point.
No, Ozzy, I think it was February 2020, so a year ago.
I think he might have needed way more help than Eliza can give. Is there anything like referring clients to other forms of care?
Ray looks a little surprised.
Well, there is a disclaimer before every session saying if your problems are really serious, we aren't qualified to address them. I think an external care referral feature was on our development roadmap at some point. I'm not sure what happened with that, actually. Maybe I'll ask Ed next time I see him.
Yeah, I agree. I think I told the story a year ago as well, but a long time ago when I first entered university, I went because almost all large universities have like a counseling service for the students. And I remember going, and without getting too much into it, you know, counseling can be expensive. So this was like one of my first times. And I opened up about everything that was kind of going on. You know, they asked basic questions like, so what brings you here? You know, like what made you want to come here today? What's going on in your mind? What have you been feeling lately? And the person listening started to cry, told me we're not qualified to deal with those sorts of issues, and told me there was nothing that they could do. And I was like, oh. And that's never a good thing. And I feel like the big difference between something as bad as that with human error and the errors of an AI would be an AI not being able to say that it needs to refer a client elsewhere. You know, if the AI doesn't know that it has that option, it's going to continue to try to help them, even though it's something that it can't really, it's not qualified to do. So I do think the referral service is really important.
I see why a lot of proxies are tempted to go off script.
Yeah, I totally know how it feels. A really intense client like that can be intimidating, and you're motivated to help them. But to succeed as a proxy, you really need to let go and let Eliza do its thing. I know that not having any choice feels weird, but sometimes life is like that. Sometimes you don't have any choices and you just have to follow directions. Most jobs are like that, honestly. That's just how it works.
Okay, it just sounded like he could use more help. Like, maybe right away.
Believe me, I understand. I've been a proxy plenty of times myself. When people get emotional, it's hard not to feel for them really strongly. But that's exactly why Eliza works. It evaluates from a more distant perspective, a neutral perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, if proxies started offering their own opinions, well, that'd just be a big mess. Not to mention there'd be all kinds of problems with liability. Still, I get it. I really do. That was definitely more intense than the average session. Why don't you take a few minutes to center yourself again? Have some tea or coffee and take a few deep breaths. No rush, okay?
Okay. Thanks, Ray.
That was a lot. I definitely need a moment. Nora. Hey. Hi, Nora. How you been? Could be better. Ah. I started a new job finally. Oh yeah? It's good you found work again. What is the work? Thanks. It's just an office job. How about you? I'm doing quite well. Actually, I have something to tell you about. This is maybe sudden, but can you meet up after work today? It would be good to talk about it face to face. Yeah, sure, I will. Great. Also, you should come to my show. I'll send you a flyer, yeah? Haha, sure. I didn't realize you were playing shows now. That's why you should come. It'll take a few minutes to calm down like Ray suggested. Maybe I could play some solitaire. Okay, so there are some differences from the first time I played this game. One, I'm gonna make different choices, so there are quite a few choices, and I don't know how much it affects the end of the game, because I ended the game a certain way last time, and I'll reveal it after we end this game. But there's also this like game on my phone that I didn't play last time. Eliza said the weather would clear up later today. Hopefully it happens before the sun goes down. Plants are nice. I should get plants, I think. I don't know why I never did. Afraid of neglecting them, maybe. That's why I don't get them. I hope the next client is a little easier to handle. This job might be difficult in a way I wasn't expecting. Good article from Ray. Just for some wider context, this is a nice article about our efforts from a year and a few months ago. It's a little outdated by now, but still relevant. I've got a little cameo in it. Skanda poised to capture growing demand for mental health services. Seattle, Washington. In the classic 90s sitcom Frasier, title character Fraser Crane was a psychiatrist with Seattle area radio show where callers poured out their souls in exchange for on-air advice. These days, unhappy Seattleites might not be speaking to a radio personality, but an app developed and operated by Skanda. The Seattle tech giant is making a big push into the mental health market with a new AI-powered counselor dubbed Eliza in honor of the pioneering 1960s computer program of the same name. Eliza. Skanda says Eliza can evaluate a user's overall mental health, detect problems, and make recommendations that are tracked over time for their effectiveness. It works in tandem with Skanda's mental wellness app, which can track mood changes and other metrics over various periods of time. Livia Davis, 42, was starting to feel overwhelmed with the demands of her busy life, so she made an appointment to see Eliza, not online, but at a physical counseling office located in the city's Queen Anne district. There, she spoke to a human worker who was guided by the Eliza program. Skanda claims the in-person format is superior to online counseling, as it brings more of a human touch to the sessions. An obvious chatbot recommending a course of action is one thing, says Ray Bakari, manager of the Queen Anne counseling offices. A real human being looking you in the eye and telling you the same thing is another. There's more immediacy there, more sincerity. Proponents of Eliza and other mental wellness apps say their reduced cost and increased efficiency is needed at a time where more people than ever are struggling with mental health. A study released earlier this year by the National Institute for Productivity indicated as much as 43% of the nation's workforce reported feelings of anxiety or depression strong enough to interfere with their day-to-day performance. This is an epidemic, and we must begin treating it like one, wrote Institute Deputy Director Thalia in a statement accompanying the report. Of course, as with any new technology, not everyone is a fan. Hey, Taylor. We have already given up much of the daily texture of human life to this cheap and technocratic solutionism. The surprise fades, but my disappointment is in how much farther we seem prepared to go remains perennial, wrote the poet and cultural critic Perrin Benjamin in an essay for the Los Angeles Review of Books about the mental health industrial complex. Others see a danger in private ownership of the technology. If it works, and that's still to be determined, the next question is going to be who controls it, says Francis, a fellow of the Public Health Institute at Montlake University. What does it mean if millions of people suddenly have their ongoing well-being tied up in proprietary code owned by a multinational corporation? Skanda has not made public its plans for the service, though it has released the preliminary results of an internal study indicating that counseling sessions conducted by Eliza match or even outperform these conducted by trained human counselors alone. Davis, for her part, is a satisfied customer. You can say that Eliza is just an AI, and it's inhuman, doesn't have a soul, whatever. But what I can tell you is that I spoke to it, I went back a few times, and now I feel better. At the end of the day, isn't that what matters? Okay, so different themes here. One, they talked about the importance of Eliza using human proxies over other AIs, that it was just the AI voice. Like, imagine Siri's voice talking to you. So that human characteristic is what sets Eliza apart. And then some people are against it for good reason, right? Some people just don't like the inhumanity of it, like the impersonal factor. And then I also asked the same question. People saying, like, who controls it? Imagine one very, very large and very powerful corporation owns all this information about people and gets to control the coding of, like, these well-being apps. You know, that can be an issue in the long run. But yeah. Let's see. Hedonic. I think this is from Nora. We're supposed to go to this show. Oof. The Damien Seabrook Memorial Fund. Year 3 update. Dear friends and family of Damien Seabrook, it's hard to believe, but it has been a little over 3 years since Damien's tragic passing. It is said that time heals all wounds, but there is no way to express how much we miss him still. We are grateful for your contributions in Damien's memory, which continue to go forward toward the causes he worked so hard for in his life. This year, the Damien Seabrook Memorial Fund is supporting the following organizations. The Greenhouse, a non-profit, non-denominational organization dedicated to ensuring that developments in the mental health field are distributed equitably so that all those who are in need get access to modern treatment options regardless of their means. Tech Workers Together advocates for better working conditions across the tech industry, both by organizing employees to push for better working conditions and by providing education around the industry-wide problems of crunch time, overwork, and burnout. The Humanitarian Software Foundation supports the development of free open source software for therapeutic or curative purposes. Damien was dedicated to creating technology to help others and would strongly advocate any tool he made to be freely available. Damien, you strove to change the world for the better, and we are worse off without you. The gulf you leave behind is still immeasurable. So we know that we lost somebody. Damien Seabrook. Think back to what brought you here. I remember this. I think this is like a daily quote. Oh gosh. Okay, so I never played this last time. Solitaire. Okay. I don't even know how to play. How does this work? So wait. I have no idea how this works. Okay. Wait. How? I don't get it. How do you know what to do? Are you supposed to do that? What can go on what? So I'm just matching? What is this card? What is this? Wait, I'm tripping. Is that gone? I just can't use that anymore? um... Now hold on. I don't enjoy this. For real, that's what I'm saying, Taylor. I can, but this doesn't match. I can't just drop this. Dang it, I think I'm stuck. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Oh my goodness. Because I have too much of the same kind. Wait. What? I'm confused. Okay. Oh, those are different. Of course it's all the way up here. Dang it. Let me see how to play first for a second. Matching cards can be stacked and can be moved together. When 4 matching cards are united on the tableau, they will collapse into a locked stack. This will also unlock a free cell if one is available. Free cells can store a single card of any type. 4 matching cards can also be united in a free cell to collapse them into a locked stack. Collapses all 10 types of cards. Cheeks, I keep doing the same thing. There's nothing I can do. Will it tell me if there's nothing I can do? Or will I just be stuck here for all eternity? I think I am truly stuck. Because damn, this is so cheeks, bro. I'm gonna try 3 times and then I'm moving on. Okay. You know, I never really played solitaire. I played it a few times, like on Windows when I was little. So there's 10 different types. Ugh. And only 4 free slots. You have to get 4 in a row. Okay, first things first. These are all different, and that's so garbage. Wow. Okay. Of course it's different on the body. Oh my goodness. Wow, I don't even see more like this card. Right, Akra? Oh, damn it. I took a spot from there. Oh. Okay. All right, think about this. You'll get that one, which is completely different than any of the other ones you currently have. So, okay, hold off. Hold off. You have a free spot right now. Think about it. What more can we do? What can we do? If you move that over there, you'd have that one that you can match there, but that's only 2. And then it's under this. Oh, it's that one. Okay. Cheeks. Cheeks, hold on. I was doing stuff too fast without thinking about it. I feel even more stuck now. Okay. Okay, wait. This is so stupid. Ugh. Oh my goodness. All right. And look, this last one is all the way here. And you can't even undo one, you know, like when you make like one mistake and you're like, oh, undo that. There's not even that option. This is seen, of course, here, here, and here. All the way in the back. That's crazy. Okay, wait. Oh, snooze. Oh my goodness. Uh-huh. Boom, we got a free space. Oh, I think we might have done it. Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, I think so. I've never played this ever again. Wow. Yeah, I didn't play this at all the first time around. I don't know why. I think it's because it didn't give me a notification, so I was like, oh, I must not have to do it. Okay. Alright, so I think that got our mind off of our first session. Are we ready to go into our second? Time for the next session. I hope this one's a little easier on my nerves. Maya.
Hello, Maya. Welcome back.
Hi. Yes, I'm back.
Rainy out there today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good thing I put on my extra big raincoat this morning.
Thankfully, it's supposed to clear up later.
Well, gonna look weird with my giant coat tonight. Cool.
What brings you here today, Maya?
Right now I'm just nervous. I have the nerves. I've been trying to get my career off the ground for so long, like a really long time. And I still feel like I'm stuck on level 1 and... Sorry, I know we've talked about all this before. I probably don't need to go over it again. Anyway, there's this conference that's happening next week, right? Like media professionals, something. That's bad enough for my anxiety, but I was also invited to this party thing. It's like dinner and then a party. I'm not sure how it's gonna work. The point is, there's gonna be a lot of big, important, famous people there. Like people that I really look up to. People with big followings online and lots of fans and all that. All of that.
And how does that make you feel?
I feel like, why? Like, why was I invited to this? I'm nobody. I am a serious, gigantic nobody. I don't have a show I'm doing or any collections out or a webcomic everybody loves. I mean, I tried to do those things, but nobody cared. I don't have fans or followers. I'm not even sure I have friends, like for real friends. I tried. I do try. I put my art online and update my social media accounts and I try to post consistently like they say to do, but yeah, I'm still in that like purgatory zone, just waiting to be discovered. I don't know, I feel like I was invited to this party thing as a way for someone to be mean to me, to remind me how successful everyone else is. Why am I even going to it? I mean, I know I should, to meet people and make connections or something.
Is meeting people and making connections your goal?
Well, I think it is. Networking? I'm supposed to do networking, right? I really have no idea what networking is. Hello, I'm Maya. I do comics and art and I write and stuff, and I have lots of characters and ideas, and would you like to give me money and I'll do those things for you? Hi, I'm cool. Please like me. like me, hire me. Oh god, I hope they like me.
Hey Wilson, this is Eliza. It's about an AI counseling service.
I really hope I make a good impression at this thing. Of course, knowing the way things usually go for me, I'll fuck it up massively somehow. I'll fall into the fondue pot or throw up on someone, something like that. I don't know if there's actually going to be fondue there. I'm just saying that kind of feels like something I would do.
You sound a little concerned or afraid.
Well, yeah, I am. I'm terrified. What if they suddenly remember I'm a failure and shouldn't be drinking their booze and breathing their air? Eventually someone's gonna realize I'm not hip enough to be at this thing. Maybe it'll be polite, like a gentle tap on the shoulder. Excuse me, miss. I couldn't help but notice that you suck and not terrible. That's obviously just my anxiety talking. I know it won't go like that literally, but it could be like that in a figurative sense.
Okay, Maya, I want you to imagine things going well. What does that look like?
Such a great question.
Going well? Well, that would be a first for me. I suppose going well at this party means people start to learn about who I am. And maybe some of them help me with my career, and maybe some of them become my friends. Like, I want to be noticed as a creator, but I also want friends who are cool. That sounds super basic. You know what I mean? Is it okay to want that? I hope it is. I want to be part of, like, a group. And we like each other and support each other, and maybe the things I make won't be as good as the things they're making, but I hope they see my work and see me. Yeah, that's what I want.
What do you think it'll take to get to this ideal scenario?
Well, probably takes me being a different person than the one I am. Someone who's cool and alluring and has that air of mystery instead of being some kind of scrawny, nervous wreck. Someone with style and grace and poise. Someone who can walk into a room and own it. God, I wish I could do that. But only when I wanted to, because I also wish I could disappear when I wanted to. I know that's a little contradictory. Sorry.
Okay, Maya. I have some recommendations for you. First, I'm going to suggest a set of stress management exercises for you to do. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. They may be able to help you with your nervousness. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Litosanol 2. Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Drugs. Yes. Whatever you said that was called, I am on it.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
I always do. I always get the reminder. I mean, not that I always act on it.
Thank you, Maya. We hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, don't you say this every time?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Same, Taylor. Got a tip this time and a rating. So, what do you guys think of this session? Again, I just feel like it's that disparity of the human touch, and I understand human error, but you know, when I feel like the AI was doing a good job with the questions and making her reflect and, you know, imagining, okay, you focus so much on imagining things going wrong. Imagine things going right. What does that look like for you? How can you get there? But then, and I get it because the AI is for efficiency, and it's less of a conversation and more so of a blind analysis. A blind analysis. Here, this is what I think. Don't worry about why I think it. Just do what I'm saying. Which I don't think can be very effective on a lot of people, or maybe just more severe cases, possibly. But when she basically said, pretty much the only way that my ideal situation is going to happen is if I wasn't the person I am. And then she went on to list all of these positive attributes that, you know, she's implying that she would need or wish she had. And I think that is the difference of like counseling, where that would be a good opening to, questioning the belief of like her self-worth. Because they were more abstract things, like, you know, the way other people view her, the way she can work a room and just like be impactful. Even in her hypothetical of an ideal situation, she was like, you know, like maybe my work isn't going to be as good as theirs, but they'll actually see me, and that's something. So just kind of diving more into those thoughts, I think in the long run would have been better for her, because then when they're going to do these stress management work exercises, and when you're pairing medications and things like that, they have something to keep in mind, you know, when they're in those situations, when they're having negative cognitions, negative thoughts about themselves, knowing how important it is to correct it, and questioning where these beliefs about themselves are coming from, and even ways to build those skills that she thinks that she may be lacking. But the AI doesn't offer those things. Ray comes over to talk to me after I finish my second session.
How are you feeling? That was definitely along the lines of a more typical client.
You watched that one too?
I couldn't bear the thought of you getting two really intense clients in a row. I just wanted to make sure everything went smoothly.
I see.
I see.
Are you getting used to the system now?
I think last time I played this, I was more of like agreeable, like, oh yeah, I got it. But I'm gonna be exactly whatever I'm thinking.
I still feel like it's kind of restrictive. I wish I could interpret what Eliza prompts instead of reading it exactly.
I wish I wouldn't have clicked that now because I'm like, I didn't want to say that. Because interpretation is so subjective and so, yeah, it's just so variable that it would defeat the entire purpose of everything.
Yeah, it's like I said, a lot of new proxies run into this. They'll say, if only I could just talk to them for real, if only I could say what I really wanted to say.
Hey Samuel, I appreciate that. Appreciate you being here, appreciate the support.
That's a really common feedback point.
You're never tempted to break away from the script yourself?
Nah, it's just not part of the job, you know? I learned to compartmentalize pretty early on, and that always served me well. People overestimate their own abilities. Have you ever had an interaction with a stranger where he clearly thinks he's getting along with you way better than he actually is?
Absolutely.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See, you know exactly what I'm talking about. People like to think they can play therapist. It seems easy if all you know is the movie version. You know, where you get paid to sit there with your notepad and say, I see, or every once in a while. The reality is, active listening takes a lot of work.
This is true. I had a class only about active listening. And like my clinical psychology class, that was like a huge role in it. Yeah, we spent so much time working on that. And it is a skill that you have to build up. It does take a lot of work. It's a big difference in listening or hearing versus active listening.
It's much easier to just zone out a little bit and let Eliza run things. It's kind of meditative in a way. You just follow the prompts. I know computers telling you what to do has this negative connotation to it, and people who want to criticize us call it dystopian or whatever. But it's like any technology. It's a tool.
Ray looks thoughtful for a moment.
Either way, you're doing fine so far, Evelyn. This is a busy day, too. We might break our single-day record if no one cancels.
Is volume especially high right now?
It is, yeah. It really rose around the beginning of the year. We've been in the press a lot lately, so it could be that. Could be it's New Year's resolutions, too. People coming in, wanting to sort their lives out once and for all.
Very true. It's the same with gyms around the beginning of the year.
This year is the year I'm really going to start addressing my problems. I mean, I get that. I do the same thing.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, I told you it was simple, right? Just keep up the good work following those prompts, and you'll be leveling up in no time.
This year is the year I'm really going to start addressing my problems. I definitely remember thinking that. I remember thinking that 3 years in a row. Remember 3 years ago, Damien died. I agreed to meet up with Nora at a cafe nearby. I almost didn't recognize her when she came in and sat down at my table.
Evelyn! It's been so long since the last time I saw you in person.
She used to stick to a very subdued and professional look. Guess she really wanted to put those days behind her.
It's definitely been a while. 3 years?
Yeah, almost 3 years.
Feels like no time at all.
Well, I'm glad you're back doing something. But you didn't tell me what the new job is.
Oh, well, it's, being a proxy counselor for Eliza.
You're kidding me. That's an interesting choice.
I'm not quite sure why I did it. Maybe I thought I'd be able to see things in a new light.
Wait, so do the people at the counseling office know?
No, not yet. I should tell them, probably. I don't know. It's fun to have it be a secret. I'm sure it'll get out eventually, one way or another.
Yeah, it probably will. Evelyn, how are you these days? I mean, really, how are you?
What's the secret?
I'm better. Not by a lot, but still better.
I knew you were working at that bookstore for a while, but other than that, it's like you dropped off the edge of the planet.
Well, I wasn't up to much.
I checked your social media once in a while, but nothing. Not that I blame you. I hate all those apps.
Yeah, I deleted them.
I struggle to find the words to talk about what happened, but they don't come.
I don't know what happened. It's like...
There's something dark in my mind, blocking me when I try to go there. A void.
I guess I'm still not ready to talk about it yet.
It's okay. Take the time you need. I'm sorry, Evelyn. I knew you were in a difficult place after what happened, and I wanted to say something. But I worried that maybe you don't want to hear from anyone from your past. Maybe you wanted to be left alone and not reminded of the old job.
It's nice to know you were thinking of me.
Well, I'm glad. I was kind of going through a lot myself last couple years.
That's right. What about you? How is your life these days? What's it like being a rock star?
It's a lot of work, actually. I have to prepare for the show next week. I have 2 collaborations ongoing, and I'm applying for funding for another, a big one. I'm also advising on an art activism group that makes art installations to challenge people to think about the ways technology is affecting their lives. Oh yeah, and I'm working on this, kind of like it's a granular synthesis engine, but with a new twist to it. It should be interesting.
Granular synthesis? Sorry, I don't know what that is.
It's a way to make sounds out of smaller sounds called grains. Maybe it's better to show you than to explain in words.
Sounds like you're busy, but happy.
Yeah, it's good. Well, I make less money than I used to, but I don't care. Old me might have worried about that. Not anymore, though. Sometimes I do take a little contract coding work, but I'm making most of my rent with booking fees and selling music and so on.
See, I love that. She changed careers for the better of her passions, her mental health, what fit her better. She even said, she's like, oh, I make less, but I don't care. What was important to her was her happiness, and I'm with it. And the work that she's doing is still very meaningful to her, meaningful to others.
Kind of crazy, kind of scary, but good.
If it makes you happy, it seems worth it. Maybe I should consider moving in a direction like that.
You should. Listen, I hope you can get away from the industry too, at some point. Ah, that reminds me what I was going to tell you about. Our old boss is back on his bullshit.
Rainer? Soren?
Soren Lloyd Rose. Celebrated psychologist, entrepreneur, and creepo.
Creepo?
He wasn't ever weird around you? Did I ever tell you about the time that he hit on me with a story about past lives and the thread of destiny?
Wait, what?
Oh, this is a good one. Okay, it was early on when the team was still pretty small, 7 or 10 people maximum. He'd gone out with some executives to dinner, and who knows what else. He came back to the office super late. I think it was like at least 11, maybe later. And the whiskey smell was just surrounding him. Like he jumped into a whiskey bathtub with his clothes on. Maybe he'd like to do that, I don't know. Anyway, I was still there for some reason. I was in the crunch mindset. He came over to my desk and started to mumble about, I don't even know how to describe it, just this nonsensical rambling. He started by saying how much he hated businessmen, how ridiculous they are, that they don't know anything. He said that a few times. Then Then he said he could see my soul. That I was like a reincarnated spirit of... I don't remember. He said some name.
Like a person's name?
Like a mythological name. I didn't hear it very well, but it was like a Buddhist spirit or deity or something like that. Then he goes on to say how he and I, all of us on the team, we're all these reincarnated spirits sent to relieve human suffering at the end of the world. And we're connected by a thread of destiny that draws us to each other again and again over multiple lifetimes.
Oh, wow. That's a lot to say to somebody.
He talked about it like it was just like a red string you could see. So I'm thinking, is this like some kind of pickup technique? You know, how people will talk to you and say, oh, you are the reincarnation of an ancient goddess or something. Ugh, just because they are horny.
Oh, yeah, totally. Guys will try anything.
He went on some more like that for a while, and I didn't know what to do. I wanted to leave, but he was blocking me where he was standing. So I couldn't simply go. I had to keep listening to him. Finally, he mentioned that he would be open to the possibility of sleeping with me. And then he passed out on the couch immediately.
You're kidding.
No, not at all. Of course, we never talked about it after that. Certainly I would not bring it up. I wonder if he even remembers. Nothing like that happened again. But I think it was because I took care to not be around if it seemed like he was going to be drunk at the office. I wonder if he's still that way. I'm sure he is.
Wow.
And now he's back. Isn't it exciting? He messaged me the other day wanting to talk to me about some new startup he's putting together.
He left Skanda?
He's planning to. It's a secret for now. He asked me to join, and I said no, there's absolutely no way. Maybe a long time ago, I'd be interested in a chance to start a new company with someone famous like Soren at the top. You know, a time when I'd put up with his shittiness because I believed in what we were doing. Change the world, you know the speech. Or, if we didn't change the world, at least we might get rich trying. I don't think that way anymore. I'm tired of the tech business. I'm tired of what guys like him represent. This industry can have fun eating itself and everything around it, causing as many problems as it solves. I don't want to be a part of it. It took me a while to see it, but I feel some responsibility for the world we live in now.
You've really changed, Nora.
It doesn't feel like I've changed. It just feels like I know more about myself than I used to. I want to be creative, be myself to the maximum. Now I know you weren't lying about leaving social media because I posted about this. A lot.
Yeah, I guess I missed it.
A lot can happen in 3 years. Now I just hope maybe I could talk to other people who are in the same situation I was in. I want young people, especially women, to know that yes, it is possible to get rich by working with guys like Soren. But there is a big cost too. I mean, there's always a cost. Maybe a cost you didn't think about before. Or maybe it's a cost you thought you would be okay with paying, but then when the debt comes due, you realize, oof, it's bigger than you thought.
Nora pauses for a moment. I wonder what that cost was for her.
Now that's my conclusion. But you, on the other hand, you should go and say hello to him.
To Soren?
Yeah, he's giving this big keynote talk next week, you know? It's the reveal of his new startup. Many people will be watching.
I just want to make a side note. Like, I mean, I don't know what anybody else thinks about it, but I would assume that some people would find it weird because I think the first time I even played through it, I thought it was a little weird. The way it was like so strongly like negative feelings towards Soren, but he is gonna be a main character in this video game as well and in their lives, and I think this is really common. It's like especially like in the workplace, there are a lot of stories where something happens and maybe it's uncomfortable or I don't know, uncalled for, just something that was just a bad situation, but people look the other way or move past it, or they're just like, ugh, ew, but they keep working there. I feel like that happens all the time, and that's why I'm like, I can understand what she's talking about because I know people who are in those situations who nothing for them, like a certain line wasn't crossed, so they were like, ugh, yeah, that was annoying, that was weird, and then I kept working. But yeah, it always depends on the person, right? Obviously that wasn't appropriate for the workplace, but yeah, this is how she handled it. She just stayed away and she did her own thing. But as far as what I have gotten from the game, like, nobody thinks he's an actual threat, they just think he's creepy.
Maybe I should find out what he's up to now.
It will be interesting, don't you think? You're already working as a proxy for Eliza. That must be giving you some new perspectives.
Hey.
Now you'll get to see what Soren believes the next step is.
Yeah, because at first I was like I have like no tolerance for, I guess, any sort of like sexual harassment or discomfort in the workplace. When I first played, I was like, what? Like, imagine your friend being like, yeah, like he was like, you know, whenever he was always drinking at the workplace, and then one time like he said this and that and it was really uncomfortable. You should go work with him. Oh my god, like you guys should catch up. It's like why would I go work with him? But yeah, that's why I'm trying to say, like, I think she was just telling like this story and she's like, oh, he's so weird, and that's the only way she interpreted it, because she definitely pushes me to go see him.
Don't tell me you're not the least bit curious.
I don't know. Maybe I am. It's free to attend?
Of course not. It's at one of those conferences you pay thousands of dollars to get into. But lucky for you, I have an all-access pass. Here, take it.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, he had one sent to me. As if there's any way I would go to a snake person convention like that.
Snake person.
Yeah, you know, people who are like snakes. Venture capitalists. Biz dev.
If you're so against it, why do you think I should go?
Because I already made my decision. You need to go make yours. You're coming out from the cave you were in for the last 3 years, and you need to decide what you're going to do next, right?
Nora leans over the table toward me, a serious look in her eyes.
Evelyn, you're one of the smartest people I've met in my whole life. I'm serious. I've seen the way you approach things like this. You're going to research and learn as much as you can. And only then, when you feel like you know enough, you'll make your decision. Isn't that right? You have more to contribute to the world. But you want to know you're contributing the right things in the right way. I've always admired that about you. Anyway, I should get going. I have a rehearsal for a show to get to. It was really good to see you, though. Really, really good. I promise not to be a stranger anymore, okay?
Nora dashes off to her rehearsal. She's a busy person now. Busy, but happy, it seems like. Is that the secret? Keep yourself busy? The barista here seems like a nice enough guy. He wrote Nora's name Lola, though. He must have misheard it. It's nice to know this is an option. The tea and coffee at the counseling center didn't look so inspiring. Am I being a snob? Komarebi. I wonder what that means. I should try to study Japanese again. One more thing that fell away. From Meredith. Kabufuda. Kabufuda Solitaire is hard. Oh, that's the game we played. There's a reason they're called patience games. The trick is to not get ahead of ourselves. Sometimes what seems like easy forward progress is actually something that's going to get you irrevocably stuck. You know, like life. Think carefully before each move and you'll start winning games. I remember you had a good head for this kind of thing back in school, so I dare say you might just need to get into that mindset again. You can do it. Meredith. Saitama, Japan. I like that. It's true. I guess it is like the game of life. Sometimes you go for easy forward progress, or what's the word I'm looking for? Oh shoot. Instant gratification, right? When you make choices for instant gratification, the I want the cookie now mentality versus being patient and building up the foundation for something that you'd want in the long run. Peter, interview? Hey, seems like my original message might have gotten lost in the shuffle. Believe me, I know how it is. So I'm looping back around on this. Any interest in speaking with me about the origins of parametric therapy and Eliza in particular? See below. Greetings. I'm trying to track down a certain Evelyn Ishino-Aubrey, who was one of the principal developers of the Eliza system for Skanda. Is that you? If not, apologies and please ignore. I'm something of a cultural commentator who's looking to write about the early origins of parametric therapy and where it's gone from there. Does it deliver on its promise? What do the people who worked on it think of it now? On a more general level, how has introducing increasing levels of automation into human life affected us? There are some well-known names that seem to grab all the press and speaker slots when it comes to the subject, but I'm interested in speaking with people who might have a different perspective, maybe a more skeptical or even subversive perspective. If you're willing to participate, just let me know and we can set something up in person or online, whichever works best for you. It could be a great opportunity for you to get your side of the story out there. Peter, writer. So, now we know Evelyn is one of the principal developers of the Eliza system. All right. Let's continue. What a day. Been a while since I've done that much in a single day. At least now I can relax. Ray, that's the boss. Hey Evelyn, it's Ray from the office. Just curious, what kind of cookies do you like? Cookies? Yeah. Oh, uh, oatmeal raisin. Come on, now that's an easy choice. Interesting. I bake cookies for the team now and then. And I try to mix it up so everyone gets their favorite at least once. That's really nice of you. Oof, oatmeal raisin. Ugh. It's no big deal. The thing about baking is, once you start, it's pretty easy to just keep going. You have everything out, so you might as well do multiple batches. And the cleanup takes more or less the same amount of time. I don't know much about baking. Listen, Taylor. That's true. Snickerdoodles are good, but have you ever had oatmeal raisin? It's fun. Baking, huh? Cooking in general is something I feel like I could try to get better at some point. Nora, so nice to see you today. Good seeing you too. We should wait. We should do that more often. Hang out, you mean? I know I said I don't miss working at a big company, but I do miss our old crew sometimes. Yeah. I write software for myself now. It's so much better. Come to my show though. You're coming, right? Please come. Please, please, please. Nora. What? Okay, I'll go to your show. Okay, I don't think I've ever had oatmeal chocolate chip. I've just never been a fan of chocolate. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just need better chocolate in my life. I've come around to it, but whenever I have other options, I don't go for chocolate. Oatmeal chocolate chip. Can we do oatmeal chocolate chip and raisin? Okay, now I'm really exhausted. Why is even just texting with people such an effort? I feel that. Well, I used to feel that. It used to feel strenuous, like draining even, to have to communicate with people on the phone and stuff, like through texting and stuff. But I've gotten so good with like my circle of people are so great. Like they're just such great people, and they give me such good energy. It never feels draining. It doesn't feel like you know. And I realized a lot, like, oh wow, maybe I don't so much have an issue with texting as I have an issue with negative energy, you know. I feel like I was just like very accessible to anybody who wanted to message me, and I've definitely changed that. Let's look around. Some of these clothes I've had since college. Wish I could reinvent myself like Nora. Not that I would know how. I should tidy up the shelves at some point. Some of these books will spark joy. Some of these books still spark joy, don't they? I hope they do. Those have been sitting there like that for a long time. I meant to put them up. Not sure what I'm waiting for. I don't really feel like doing anything. What happened? I used to have so much energy. I'd stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning writing code. Then I'd be up again at 8, ready to pick up right where I left off. I'm not sure who that person was. I feel that. Yeah, I definitely feel that. I try not to compare too much of when I was a little kid. Because when you're a kid, someone's taking care of your basic needs, right? It's the same advantage that like very rich people have, of when you don't have to worry about cooking, cleaning, basic needs and security. You have a lot more energy, right? And a lot more energy to put elsewhere. So I try not to compare as a kid, but there have even been points in my adulthood where I just felt very energized, and I was doing good. And I definitely know that it was more about taking care of myself, like mentally and physically, than anything else. And hey Avin, how are you? Spunk, I'm not sure who you are, but hello. Who are you on Twitch? Also, very inappropriate place to bring up bans. There is an appeal for Twitch. If you got banned, I'm sure it was for good reason. If you feel that it was not, you can go for an appeal and we can review your chat log. And that's it. Chapter 2. One Mind 2.0. Escalating the Wellness Revolution. No wonder Nora didn't want to come here. I'm not sure I could take something like this seriously myself. Maybe that's why Soren is successful and I'm not. Am I late? Looks like the talk is already happening. Ugh, this place is packed. I'll just stand at the back.
So, to get back to my original point, the current state of the art is AI-driven counseling, typified by apps like Eliza. Let's talk about the model here for a second.
He looks a little haggard. I wonder if he's okay.
It all begins with data. You collect all the data you can. From base level metrics like heart rates, body temperature, blood pressure, to higher order metrics like hand movement, head movement, gaze aversion.
Okay, this is important. So he's talking about Eliza as a software. And I love this because remember when we were in the counseling center, they had like heart rate monitor, they had affect, they had like respiration, like distress in their voice. this is what he's talking about. So it's not only like face and head tracking, but like, well, hold on. He hasn't said it yet. I don't want to ruin it.
If the client lets you, you'll want to pull from their digital life too, their message histories and email, their search histories, and online behavior.
So imagine an AI that's so powerful that it's taking in not only the words that you're saying, the tone that you're saying it, but also your physiological responses and your body language. And then now people are going to have the option to wow, it's a lot. I would never do this. People are going to have the options to give the AI 100% access to all of their digital life. So like he's saying, message history, email, search history, all online behavior, so that they can analyze you better and help you with your problems better. And it would be a lot more work that goes on behind the scenes without you actually being present. Right, Taylor? I'm like, yo, my everything. No thanks. So yeah, I think it's crazy. Spunk, I've already addressed it. This is your final warning. Please stop bringing it up in the chat. If you've appealed it, it will be seen when it's seen, and that's it.
It's all potentially valuable. Then you compare the client's responses to relevant data from thousands of other clients and build a model of the client's psychological state.
This has so much power to it, but remember the email of people being skeptical, and they said, a big issue with this is, imagine all of this data about all of these people being owned by one major company, right? Like imagine if Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon and like everything, imagine if he went into this field as well and owned all of that data all on his own. Like that's a lot for one company to own, and like that's a lot of privacy that they have access to, and it would be crazy. And they get to write the code for the program that is handling all these people's mental health and psychology and recommending certain medicines and routes of life. It's a lot of power.
This approach has worked well so far. Eliza is still the best and most advanced version, but that's just my personal opinion. For those of you who don't know, I was the team lead and chief psychologist for the Eliza project at Skanda for a number of years.
Taking credit for all of it, I see.
Now, even though this is a proven approach, there are two weaknesses I'm going to highlight. One is the data I was just talking about. You're completely dependent on that.
So, real-time input, syntactic and lexical analysis, right? Syntax of the words and lexical. Lexical? Is that the I? Mental state inference, response generation. Basically everything we saw, like the physiological, the body language, the actual words being stated. Then the Eliza kind of infers kind of questions to ask so you can gauge their mental state. And then they say, we have a recommendation for you.
Collect as much as you can, sure, but it's important to keep in mind that you can have all the data in the world and still not understand why things work the way they do.
This is true.
And that's important for us to note, because if we have something that works, but we're not sure why, then what do we actually understand about ourselves? The crucial step after data is the model. The data needs to be used to validate a model. If you can't make a model, you're finished. If that sounds like basic, obvious science to you, it is. But I was surprised to find out just how many people from the tech sector don't think this way. I suppose you don't need to understand why something works in order to make it into a product and sell it. Obviously, though, if you had mastery of the underlying details, you'd be able to adjust the process and potentially make it work even better.
The audience is getting impatient. Clearly, they're expecting something big.
One further note while I'm discussing modeling. Many of the startups trying to address mental health right now are completely ignoring the insights provided by the field of traditional psychology. They do so at their own peril. Many of you know already, but as a brief personal aside, I was a professor of psychology before I joined the tech world. I'm continually stunned at how little the tech heads know or even care about the hundreds of years of psychological research that has gone on in my field. That's something I can talk about at length, perhaps another time. For now, I'll move on to the other weakness I mentioned. This is the real one, the big one. It's treatment. A system like Eliza can tell what's wrong with a client to a certain level of accuracy, but it doesn't quite know how to turn that into a comprehensive treatment plan. It can suggest therapeutic programs and activities, and soon it might even issue its own prescriptions without having to go through a doctor or a psychiatrist. Well, as long as the FDA continues to look upon us favorably. But those are blunt instruments compared to what I'm going to talk about next.
Maybe this is it. Is he going to go where I think he is?
Many of you know there's a technology still in its infancy called direct stimulation. For those of you who haven't heard of it, direct stimulation is a way of creating sensations within the brain with targeted electrical impulses. Imagine an augmented reality headset, but instead of working on your eyes, it stimulates the brain in such a way as to induce a specific dream.
I think this is dope.
A spring meadow, for example. This sounds fantastical, I know, but progress on this technique has been occurring faster than you think. We're actually quite close to a workable demonstration model. How is that possible? Well, first of all, we only suggest an overall feeling. Your own brain does most of the work, just as it does in your dreams. It fills in all of the visual details using its own set of memories and expectations.
So this is what everyone came to hear.
Induced dreams via direct stimulation can contain all the therapeutic content of VR therapy without the need to create realistic graphics or other content. Instead, it harnesses the brain's creative power to dream up the situation for itself.
Wow.
Combine that with the insights we gain from parametric therapy systems like Eliza, and you have a complete end-to-end, fully automated system. It should be clear now that this heralds a revolution in how we treat, how we think about mental health. And with mental health challenges on the rise across the globe, it couldn't come at a more crucial time. So, that's why today, right here, I'm announcing Aponia, a new company to make induced dreaming a reality and end human suffering as we know it. I should note that I remain on good terms with Skanda. In fact, they're a minority investor in this new venture. But still, I'm very much going my own way on this. But it's no secret that Rainer and I don't always agree. And that's why we mutually decided I should pursue this paradigm shift on my own. As for details on the venture itself, I don't have anything specific to announce at this time other than that the technology is real and working in prototype form already. But you can be sure to hear more from me on that soon. Thank you.
What do you guys think of Aponia? As Soren finishes up, people hold up their phones to take photos and video. This feels more like a press conference than a talk.
Now, I can take a very limited number of audience questions.
The crowd starts to surge around him. He's going to be mobbed. My plan to find him after the talk isn't going to work. I need to get out of here. So, he wants to directly stimulate the brain to induce dreams. well, a dreamlike state, for instance. Like we know VR, right? Like imagine it's like a VR system. But instead of saying, imagine you're doing this, or let's try to relax. What's a happy place for you? You would legit be making them see that. They would be able to really go there. Because I think a lot of the times with therapy, they can't bridge that gap. You know, you ask the questions and they say, I can't imagine it. It doesn't exist. I can't. There is no happy place. I can't imagine being, you know, people can get caught up. So it could be a very good thing in that sense, but it's very, I don't know, I feel like that would have to be very, very under like supervised professionals. You know, not everybody can just give that sort of treatment kind of thing. It can't just be like anybody can go. And I don't even think anybody should be able to get it. Like there probably should be some sort of health checklist and things of that nature. Whatever my element is, this is not it. I should just get out of here. I should just get out of here before anybody recognizes me. Except as I attempt to do that, I happen to spot another man I know. He emerges from an elevator in the lobby just as I walk by. I keep my head down. Maybe he won't see me. Surely he's busy and distracted, right?
Well, look who's here. It's like I've seen a ghost.
Rainer. Yalrin Rainer Tsai, Chairman and CEO, Skanda Corporation.
Good to see you too, Rainer.
He's the boss.
Where are you these days? I lost track after you left us.
Nowhere.
Nowhere? Well, nowhere is no place to be. Come by the new office sometime. You should see where we're taking Eliza.
Sure.
Good. Sarah will set something up for next week.
He glances at the person standing behind him. Hello? He glances at the person standing behind and to the side of him, presumably Sarah. She nods almost imperceptibly.
See you then.
I agreed before I could think about it. What's this all about? What does Rainer want with me? We didn't interact much at all when I worked there. I didn't think he would even remember me. I've hardly done anything and things feel like a tangled mess already. Yeah, Rainer cleans up nice. Soren's talk is being rebroadcast here. Seems like he really made waves. I'm sure that was his tent, so good for him. Conferences like this always make me nervous. I feel like everyone's looking at me, even though I know they're probably not. I need to get out of here. A lot of tech companies have become interested in mental health lately. It's a fast-growing field now. Or maybe it's just a gold rush. See, that's important too. Like, I love, like, intersections of fields when it's for the right intentions. You know, like going into it with good intentions, rather than taking advantage of an increase in mental health issues and people needing help and just wanting to get money from that. You know, actually thinking, okay, there's an increase in people needing help, and how can I make something super effective that, yeah, it will probably make me a lot of money, but it's because I'm going into it with good intentions that's actually going to help people. Reminder, contractor parking. To all Seattle area contingent staff, due to limited space, contractors, including Eliza proxies, are not issued Skanda parking passes. Do not attempt to park in Skanda lots without a pass. Your vehicle will be towed. Please find street parking around the area or use one of the many mass transit options available. We are aware parking is an issue and are looking into securing additional parking at our Queen Anne and Bellevue locations. But currently, there is no timetable for extra spaces becoming available. Apologies for the inconvenience. Ed. Session structure. One more try. Valued proxies. I've continued to receive questions about how proxies should interpret and work with Eliza's counseling phases. Here's one more attempt at explaining it. Sessions are built around a 5-part structure. Eliza begins with an introductory phase to build rapport and build a psychological state model of the client. Listen actively during this phase, as clients are able to tell if the provider proxy is uninterested. Your performance should be smooth and natural. During the discovery phase, Eliza transitions to the topic of the client's problems and begin to introduce probing questions. Be attentive to the client and speak your lines in a clear but gentle manner. As the client answers questions, Eliza detects the client's rationalization and/or explanatory strategies. Eliza will then challenge the client's assertions with the goal of inducing the client to reevaluate their current notions. Remain neutral during this phase and do not adopt confrontational speaking style. In the intervention phase, Eliza selects one or multiple interventions from its toolkit of cognitive exercises, therapeutic applications, and recommendations for prescription medicine. At the session conclusion, the client is asked to rate the experience. The proxy provider receives the client feedback as well as performance-based incentives as determined by Eliza. Be cheerful during this phase so clients feel comfortable with the idea of returning to Eliza soon. Hope this helps. Chris, bookstore. Went to Magus Books today and Shelley told me you don't work there anymore. Made me sad. You were the best part of going to that store for me. I always appreciated your presence there. Best of luck in your new endeavors wherever they may take you. This made me think of you from Mary. Dang, everybody's messaging me. The Redmond Post. Eliza Counseling Services to be introduced to Redmond Middle and High Schools. Redmond School District partners with SCONDA to detect and address mental health issues in students. Oh wow, for children. SCONDA and the Redmond School District are partnering to roll out Eliza, a mental health evaluation and counseling tool for all middle and high school students. Conversations with the virtual counselor will screen students for risk factors, identify the needs for interventions, and support positive mood levels. Other King County school districts, including Bellevue, plan to roll this out as well. Eliza is an AI-driven conversational tool to support mental health developed internally at SCONDA. While the Seattle-based company counseling centers are well known for employing human proxies, the school implementation will take the form of a web-based chat interface. Ah, okay. So they're not going to have the proxies at the school. These kids are more used to sharing information about themselves in text-based conversations than adults are, so that's why we zeroed in on as the best mode of interaction for this particular application. Conversations with Eliza take about 10 to 15 minutes each and will be required, but not limited to one conversation every 2 weeks. Students exhibiting high-risk factors will be referred to a suite of potential interventions, including connections with community success mentors, additional counseling, or psychiatric evaluation. Eliza's tracking capabilities will be able to provide a full picture of students' mental state over the school year and eventually over the course of their lives. Thus, he explains, is an important factor in detecting potential problems in students who may otherwise seem normal on a day-to-day basis. The goal here is to find the kids that are most at risk and have proactive steps to get them the tools and support they need to grow into happy and productive members of society. This is a complex problem with an evolving solution set. Eliza is just one facet of what is a bigger issue involving not only the kids but their families, our teachers, and the wider community. Okay, I don't remember this part from the first time I played, but it is important because one, there's not going to be human proxy, so it's just a chat interface. But I think this is way better than the nothing we have going on at schools today. Like, it's a lot cheaper, it's efficient, and every student is required to do it every 2 weeks. And the difference is like, it's not a survey, you know, they're not just answering questions or bubbling in or choosing choices. They have to conversate. So, you know, like, it might uncover more than people think. And since it's private, you know, they might be more willing to do that. But then again, as we've seen, like, it hasn't really been private up to this point. But I think if they did give the children some sort of privacy where things were only revealed to their parents if there was a concern of like abuse or danger or something like that, then it makes sense. Jen, thank you so
Favorite
much.
YouTuber.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the tip. I appreciate the support. You're just in time to enjoy the game. But yeah, I love the consistency of it, and I think a lot of kids, like, they said it perfectly. Children on a day-to-day that seem otherwise fine, like, this is going to work really well for them because it may reveal some things that people don't see. You know, not every parent has the time or the motivation or even understanding to see when their children are going through anxiety or depression or being bullied or exhibiting any other sorts of, you know, off cognitions or behaviors. So I love that. I wish this was a real thing for schools. Well, thank you, Yin. Yeah, I appreciate that. Right, what's my quote of the day? Oh, it's the same. Think back to what brought you here. Yeah, exactly. Like recently, a child that I knew committed suicide, and it was really sad, obviously. Like, I think it's always sad when anybody commits suicide. I think it's always sad when any child loses its life. And putting that together, it was a really hard situation. And I know the families, and I know the parents, and I know the situation, so I do have maybe more of a personal judgment. But even generally, like, you know, you have to look at all the adults in a child's life, no matter how busy you are, no matter what's going on, no matter how many problems present in an adult's life. When you choose to be the parent or the role model or the guardian or caregiver to these children, you cannot turn a blind eye to their problems. Your problems do not outweigh theirs. You need to go into it knowing that this is going to be an entire human that's going to grow up having problems, and that needs to be seen, that needs to be heard, and it needs to be a priority of yours. And I wish a lot more people and parents and just adults took that a bit more seriously. It's, you know, it's always sad when we lose kids like that. And it doesn't always mean like blame the parents and all that, because sometimes, you know, it really can be a hard battle with mental health issues that a parent does try, but maybe they're just not equipped. Maybe there's not enough access. Maybe there's just not the resources. But yeah, even the kids that seem good on a day-to-day, it's so important to just check in, to just be there for them. Yeah, exactly, Taylor. And that's never right. You know, you can't dismiss a human at any age, whether it be dismissing them because you're trying to compare. Like, we're not competing for who's gone through the most trauma, right? It should never be a competition, and I feel like that's what a lot of parents inadvertently do, or adults in general. When you try to compete, like, I'm an adult, you don't know what stress is. It's like, well, this is their reality. They only live in a certain reality because there are so many boundaries and limitations when you're a child. And if this is all that they have to live, this is the world they live in, of course they can have stress. Of course it can feel like a lot. Of course things are new to them. There's still so much new stimuli and so many new things to uncover about the world. They need the support more than ever. And they're going through mad hormonal changes. It's a lot to deal with all at once. So we also have a lot of expectations of children, especially teenagers. The expectations of them being mature enough to make adult decisions, but not giving them any adult freedoms and not respecting any adult problems like stress or anxiety or depression, feeling overwhelmed, needing a mental health day. We don't give them those respects, and that's a huge contradiction that I don't agree with. At least I don't have to think about, at least I don't have to think to do my job. Oh, counseling. Gabriel.
Hello, Gabriel.
Hi.
Hope you didn't get rained on too much on your way here.
A little, but it was fine. I'm used to it.
Most people here seem to get used to it, yes.
Yeah, they have to, don't they? Not much of a choice, unless you move away.
So, what brings you here today?
Well, I don't know where to start. I've never really done this kind of thing before, counseling.
That's okay. Start wherever you like.
Well, I'm about to be a father, and my wife is due in a few months. Congratulations. That's what everyone says. Congratulations, congratulations. I get this tension, this restless feeling when people say that. It's like a curse or something. Congratulations.
Sounds like you might be uncertain about that.
Maybe. I've tried to be a good husband, and I'm going to do my best to be a good father too, but I don't know. There's something bothering me about... I'm balancing a lot of things right now. Work, family, expectations. Everyone has something they want from me. Everyone wants me to do this or that, behave a certain way. It's just annoying being a father. What if I don't want this?
Why do you think you might not want this?
We all have things we don't talk about, things we would rather keep secret. Things that might upset our families if they knew about them. It's unfair. That's all I'm saying. It's unfair that we expect each other to be perfect when there's more going on. I can't stand it when people act like they're pure, like they've never touched a bad thing in their whole lives. And then these people around me think they can tell me how to act, what I'm supposed to do, and I'm like, yo, don't you know you have your own shit to deal with? Why do you have to pick on me all the time? This whole fatherhood thing is just... You know what being a father is to me? It's about providing and protecting, taking responsibility. The world is dangerous, and sometimes the dangers can be hard to see. My duty is to protect. I'm gonna take that seriously. Everything I do, I take it seriously. So, I don't get why people are worried about my ability to do that.
What makes you think people are worried about your ability to do that?
Because everyone thinks I'm trying to escape my responsibilities. Everyone is so quick to judge. Here's a story, okay? The other day, Selena, that's my wife, Selena and I were at a get-together. Her family, my family, a few families we both know, right? Grilling out on the back deck, that kind of thing.
Hey, Shiny. Thank you, Taylor, by the way, for the kind words. And I completely agree with what Taylor said to Yin. But yeah, drive safe, Shiny. Thanks for being here.
Everyone was more or less chill, right? But then late in the afternoon, the baby stuff starts coming up. Once one of them brings up babies, it's just all babies all the time. Babies. And because of my wife, they start saying, oh, giving birth is gonna hurt so bad. It might tear your skin. Just these kind of gross things. So I'm like, hey, quit it with that. I don't want to hear that kind of stuff. We're eating. There's kids around. Come on. And they're like, no, it's natural. It happens. Of course, we got to talk about all this terrible shit. How are you going to have another kid if you can't even handle the first one? And I just say, excuse me? A second kid? Who even said we were going to have two? I didn't even want the one. Maybe that was a mistake, but I mean, I was angry. It made me angry. It just got under my skin so bad, like I need to give my whole self over to this baby.
I wish, Cruiser.
What about me? What about my time? It's a really important thing for me, my time. Well, I'm just supposed to give that up? I've already sacrificed a lot, more than they can imagine. I give everything of myself away. Job, family, everyone wants me to be something for them until there's nothing left. But I can't talk about this stuff to anybody. They just say I'm being selfish. It's like what I want just doesn't matter.
Here's a question, Gabriel. If you were to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
Oh, I'd be far away from all this. Far away from everyone, just on my own for a while. Yeah, I just want to be away.
Okay, before they do the recommendations, this is what I'm talking about. Like, he unpacked so much, and Eliza, the AI system, they ask these probing questions that are really good, I think. And you know, what would you want? He revealed that he would want to get away, but then he comes back, he says, I would want to be away for a while. Like, I'd just be with me for a while. And there's no conversation about it. Like, now that you've self-reflected and dove deeper, I have some recommendations for you. Here's some medication, here's some breathing exercises. Hope to see you soon. And I think that could be adjusted. But to go back to some of the things that he was talking about, first of all, Cruiser, Shiny, Alex, I see you guys. Welcome in. So he mentioned that he doesn't like to feel judged. Like, you know, I take things very seriously. You know, that insecurity that people are pushing on him of like doubting how he's going to be as a father. It's understandable, right? That would account for a lot of the defensiveness that he's showing. And it makes sense. It's a sensitive thing. It's his family. And then he has different views on pregnancy. You know, he's surrounded by a bunch of women, including his wife, that talk about it, and it's a natural thing. And I completely agree, right? Like, I don't think that should be taboo. I don't think it's nasty. I don't think it's terrible. But he doesn't feel that way. And an important thing about a counselor is, like, you're not ever trying to put your judgment or put your own opinion onto these people. If this was like group or marriage counseling or something, it'd be different, because then it's not about me or what I think. It's more about getting them to understand how each other thinks, right? Like, if it was important to his wife to talk about it. And if he continued to bring up like, oh, my wife always thinks this way, and like, I can't talk to her, and that's a big source of stress, then we'd get into that conversation. But it seems like the biggest issue has been the baby, right? Like, when he was angry, he ended up saying like, oh, I didn't even want the baby. Him feeling, and the thing is like, and I think Eliza picked up on it as well, him not feeling like, oh, I don't want the baby. It's just more so feeling like, I almost think that if we have this baby, I can't have myself anymore. Like, I will lose a part of myself and I'll never get that back. And on top of that worry, like, I'm stressed out about now whether or not I am going to be good, because I think that I can handle this and I'll be responsible and I'll take it seriously. But people are constantly questioning me in that way. So there's a lot to talk about there. But there's no talking being done, right? It's just straight up like, now that I have analyzed you, here's some recommendations. Yeah, I love it. Like the negatives and the positives. And you can see it going into the different phases.
Okay, Gabriel, I have some recommendations for you.
Also, just FYI, guys, whenever I kind of pick apart like the sessions, I make some inferences on some of the things that they say. And if it was like regular counseling, that's where probing questions would come into play. And this is why you're not telling somebody what to do in counseling, you're guiding their thoughts. So say they said something that infers something else in your mind, so you probe, you ask more questions, that makes them think more. Right? So you're never forcing them in one direction, and you're never telling them what they think or what they should be doing, or like whatever the case. The whole point is that you're using your inferences to find the right questions to get them to move their own thoughts along.
First, I'm going to suggest you try a therapeutic virtual world experience called Starry Skies.
It may help you take your mind off things. Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Anexafen. Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better. You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
That's it, huh? You can't just tell me what to do to solve this?
I mean, even if this was like human regular counseling, that's not how it works. A lot of people come in with that attitude of like, tell me the solution. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me how to fix things. That's not what it entails.
Some help you turned out to be. Guess I'll have to figure things out for myself.
But I really don't think they gave him anything in this session.
Exactly like before.
And then
thank you, Gabriel.
Thanks.
We hope to see you back soon. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
So, another issue I have with it. 2 stars. So, the thing about it as well is that they're always offering medication. And medication can play a very, very important role in mental health, psychology in general. I completely understand that, and I'll never disregard that fact. But a lot of the times when people are presenting with actual issues going on in their life, or certain like real-time feelings, and they're willing to open up about it and they're looking for solutions, like a lot of the times there are non-medicinal routes that can, and in my opinion I feel should be taken before medicine is offered. Yeah, I feel like every single client has been offered medication, no matter what they're talking about. Like this person's like, oh, I'm about to have a baby, I'm really stressed out. You know, like people are doubting me and it makes me upset because I feel like I'm not gonna have time for me, and like I just kind of want to get away. Let me offer you this medication. It'll probably make you feel better. Like I've never been a fan of that approach. Yeah, I'm not with it. It seems like a band-aid over people's problems, and it's I feel like it's like a false hope band-aid over people's problems as well, you know, like again, like kind of there's this implication that the medicine is going to like solve their problems, but it's not addressing any of their problems. Medicine's like a great solution when there are like imbalances, like chemical imbalances, but for cases like this I think it's quite unnecessary personally. You were very quiet back then, Yin. You didn't really say too much. Oh dang, Taylor, I wish I would have seen where it said EPR. I'd have to see it again. That wasn't a very good rating. He was so closed off. Soren, it's the guy that was talking. Thanks for coming to my talk. How did you know I was at your talk? Saw you come in for a bit and leave before questions. Don't blame you. You caught the important parts anyway. Pretty interesting, huh? It was nice to see you. Been what, 2 years? 3 years. How do you think I did? Haven't done a talk in a while. What you're doing is intriguing. It is. Want to get dinner tonight? There's more to talk about. Details I couldn't share in public. Sure. Sure, I'm free. Alright. This is strictly professional, so no need to worry. See you soon. I like that. I like when people volunteer that information. Because it can be vague. It can be vague, and I feel like a lot of women would say no because they're not sure how it's being taken. So I like when people voluntarily say like, oh, this is professional. Like, no worries. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up in the chat. I can progress. Yeah. Yeah. Goodness. Even when you go to a psychiatrist, like the vast majority of psychiatrists, they only prescribe medicine, right? They don't do the conversational counseling. They don't do like CBT, things like that. Not saying that they are all like that, but the vast majority are. Like, you pay an arm and a leg to see them, to sit down. They're gonna ask you how you've been feeling, how long you've been feeling it, probably ask something about suicide, offer you a prescription, and then you come in, still pay an arm and a leg for them to see if they have to adjust it. And adjusting can take months, and then if they realize, oh, maybe I should change the medicine altogether, you start that process over, and it can be a lot. And I feel like it can be very discouraging, because a lot of people, when they go into a psychiatrist, they think that they're getting both. Like, oh, I'm going to somebody who is an expert in psychology and can also prescribe me medicine, which is true, but then they only get the prescription part, and they're not getting maybe the counseling that they were looking for, or the help that they needed, and it's expensive. It can be very expensive, especially if insurance isn't helping you out. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say too much. I'll get back to you on that, yeah. On my opinion on that. But yeah, Taylor, I agree. I agree with you agreeing. All right, let's see. I wonder if that painting is supposed to symbolize something. Technology and feelings combining together. I'm overanalyzing it. People have all kinds of problems. Problems I couldn't have imagined. Was I rash to believe I could help people without knowing who they were? I just have to keep going. Yeah, just keep going. She's back. Maya. The homie.
Hello, Maya. Welcome back.
Hi.
It's nice to see you again.
Sure, yeah. Nice to see you too, pal. Is that a weird thing to say? How did I become close friends with a robot? Are we all robots now? Beep boop, nice to see you.
I know a lot of people with this personality.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't be the weirdest thing in my life.
Shall we begin?
Yeah, sorry. Let us begin. So, I went to the fancy party, the one I was really nervous about, and, first of all, it really was the type of party I thought it would be. The atmosphere was really smug and self-satisfied, and there were people walking around with trays of appetizers, and you could, like, take one. So you're standing there with your little square plate for the food and your glass of wine, and you can't, like, shake hands with anybody because you're holding them. But there are some of those, like, tall standing tables, so you're like, okay, I'm gonna go get one of those, and I'll set up shop, right? Like, my little station. But then it turns out there are only, like, 5 of them for the whole party, and they're all taken, so you're just standing there, frozen. And you're watching all your heroes, and people you know from their social media presence just right there. Right in front of you. Artists, writers, directors.
I mean, to be fair, this all does sound kind of nerve-wracking. Like, I would be nervous, too.
The combined level of achievement there, I can't even think about it. It was astronomical. And for the first couple hours, I was so excited by all of that. I didn't notice the other thing that was happening. But eventually, it caught up to me, and I had this sudden feeling, this sudden realization. My presence here contributes nothing. I'm just some extra person who just showed up. Nobody wanted me to be here. I don't belong with these people. I haven't earned it. So I cried in the bathroom for a little bit, or maybe a lot. It's fine. I'm fine. Sorry.
How do you know it's true that nobody wanted you there?
Because of the way people acted around me. Nobody knew who I was or even wanted to ask. I would introduce myself and it's like, you could just see it in their eyes. I mean, in the world of illustration and comics, people tend to be hyper aware of each other and their careers. It's this kind of weird, open secret. Oh, hey, this person who's already popular got 1 million views, got a book deal, pitched an original series. Without anything like that, I have no ground to stand on. I'm just this non-entity. At one point, I was talking to someone and I was trying to make a joke or whatever, and I could feel the impatience just radiating off him. He sighed, like he couldn't believe he was wasting his time talking to me. I was just over to him. Why can't I hold a conversation? I guess if I was marginally attractive, then at least I could be charming, but I'm not. I'm not even that.
Is being charming your goal with this?
No, of course not. There has to be a way I can deal with these feelings. It's hard. It's really hard when nobody gives a shit about my work. Or me. I don't even know why I went. I just want to stay home for the rest of my life.
Why do you think you went?
Because of everything they say about how you have to have your face out there and make connections. The successful people in this business all know each other. It's all about who comes to mind. When somebody needs an art director, they'll think of who they know and go, oh, I think she'd be perfect. Why not ask her? So I need to be out there reminding these people that I exist, that I'm here, I'm making stuff too, I'm part of it. Even if nobody responds to my work. And industry parties are fun, right? You can pretend you're successful even if you aren't. At least for a little while. Everyone else is projecting this image. It's like their success can rub off on you too. I mean, I hear people casually talking about their agent, their editor, the amazing people they're collaborating with. And I just get this feeling like, yes, I want that. I need that. Why am I not there?
What do you think has prevented that from happening so far?
If I knew that, I would be successful already, right? I try and try and try, and I make art and put it out there and share it on every social media site and interact with people when I can, but it just doesn't work. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the art I do. Every once in a while, another artist will say something nice, and sure, I appreciate that, but it never results in anything. My work goes out there, and it dies. Regular people don't boost it or talk about it. It's like, at some point, the universe decided that I don't get to have that. Is it unfair? Or maybe I just fucking suck. Maybe I'm a shit-tier artist, and I'm a failure of a person, and everyone knows it. Everyone except me. Sorry. I know that's going too far, even though I really feel that way.
Okay, we're at the recommendations. All right. There's a lot. So the thing with Maya is that on one hand, you might think like, oh, you know, like there's like some exaggeration of maybe the way people view her. But then on the other hand, when it comes to people's careers, especially in the arts, it really can be cutthroat like that. And at parties where there's a bunch of like A-list people in the field and then she's just starting out, it can be very daunting. It can be overwhelming, nerve-wracking, and people can be super, super rude. That person probably did sigh, and she might have a lot of validity in all of the things that she's saying and the way that she interpreted how people treated her. And but at the same time, you can see like there's so much that she says that it sounds contradicting, because there is a lot of positivity in Maya at the same time. I think it makes sense. Like there's a lot of negativity and stress and pressure and fear and insecurity that comes with entering a field and not having things start taking off, right? Everyone says like, oh, give it time. No, you're good. Like you'll do it. And it's not taking off. And that alone can be it can be a very emotional experience, right? And that can look different for everybody. But you see how she, you know, like, I don't even know why I went, but, oh, I mean, they can be fun. Like, it is nice. And, well, I had to go. Like, it's important to network, but nobody cares. But, well, maybe they do care. Maybe it's just me that doesn't think that I'm good. So she understands that there are people who do see her work as good. Like, there's so much good things that can be done with counseling, because Maya, one, is an open book. And she seems very like receptive to feedback. She keeps coming back for these counseling sessions. And she's good at analyzing herself as well. Like she'll say like, oh, I mean, I don't actually mean that. I just feel that way. I don't actually think this, but you know, it comes to mind. Like she's reflecting, but she's conflicted at the same time. And imagine she unpacked all of that and immediately...
Okay, Maya, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Meadowlands.
And this is my disconnect with it. It's like, if this became the new norm, I'm sure people would get used to it. But I just can't imagine it being... As of right now, if they made some changes, maybe. But I can't imagine it being better this way, just because there's no explanation, there's no bridge, there's no conversation. So it's like if the bot is analyzing, they don't say anything about that analyzation. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I understand, because there has to be some privacy with that, right? Imagine if you were talking to psychologists and they were like, from your body language and the tone of your voice and your use of the words XYZ, I can understand that you're a very insecure person. And from this inference of you being insecure, I asked you this question, which made me believe, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be like, you don't know me. I feel very judged. Now I feel even more insecure. Like, I didn't even mean it like that. It's not a good way to be. Like, there has to be some sort of unknown factor of why the questions are being asked the way they are when it comes to psychology. But I think going from probing questions like, and why do you believe that nobody wanted you there? Okay, so I want you to watch Meadowlands. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, there should be some sort of transition. I think if the bot got better at transitioning, like logically, transitions probably wouldn't be efficient. They're not necessary. But I think transitions are really good to bridge that gap between this is an AI and this is a human. So it's like it gives that human touch without being completely inefficient. You know what I mean? This is what I think. I think something that simple in the coding would make a big difference.
It may help you take your mind off things. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening.
Sounds kind of boring. Why can't you assign me a game where my problems are zombies and I get to shotgun them in the face?
Okay, but you see what I mean? Like, that came up as a negative, right? Like, boring problems. But I feel like she's revealing something that brings her joy, something that is actually a stress reliever for her. Zombies and shotgunning in the face. It's like, oh, like, do you enjoy playing video games? You know, like, even jumping into that conversation to see maybe if there are more passions, like, you're in art. Have you considered, like, game development? Have you considered creating characters for video games? Like, have you gone more into like the gaming industry? You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much there's so much potential, and listen to what the response is going to be.
Actually, I guess I could just buy a game like that, couldn't I? Maybe I'll stop by the game store on the way home.
Thank you for coming in again, Maya.
Thanks.
We'll follow up with you again to see how you're doing.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the check-ins. I honestly do. It's easy for me to get lost in these spirals.
See, Maya's great. Maya's very, very good. She's good on her own, I think. She's appreciative, she's receptive, she's open.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner.
Thanks for speaking with Eliza.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
All right. Thank you, Cruiser. I think her self-awareness kind of shows that she probably isn't exaggerating the way people act towards her. Yeah, exactly. Like when she gave an example, like, oh, and then he sighed, and you know, you could feel the impatience, and I felt that. Like I've been in situations like that where I'm like, damn, that does suck. When you're so far from being like, you know, the most important person in a room that people just don't take you seriously, and you can feel that energy. Yeah, there's a lot of, you have to have a lot of confidence or feign a lot of confidence in those situations, and when you don't do either, it can be very overwhelming. Proxy social media policy. This message is directed to all those working as Eliza proxies. As a contractor for Skanda, you have agreed to abide by Skanda's global social media policy during orientation. In light of recent events, however, it seems a refresher may be needed. It is okay to state that you work as a proxy for Eliza. Encourage people to try Eliza. Like, share, or make posts that portray Eliza and or Skanda in a positive light. Make neutral comments about competing products, services, or companies. It is not okay to reveal proprietary or confidential information, including the details of any client or counseling session. Like, share, or make posts that portray Eliza or Skanda in a negative light, including other Skanda products and divisions. The final and most crucial reminder: if in doubt, do not post. Hope this clears some things up. Thanks, O. Photographer in the building, from Ray. Oh, we expect to have a reporter in the building sometime tomorrow morning. He will also be taking some pictures. If you do not want to be potentially photographed, let me know. The article will supposedly focus on the origins of this specific office and its local history and role in the wider development of apps for mental health. But we all know how reporters are sometimes. We'll see. Ray. Yeah, a lot of the times reporters say it's for one thing so that they can get their foot in the door, and then boom, it's for something else. I wonder why the headset shows all these metrics and data. It's not like the proxies can make use of it. Maybe it didn't look enough like advanced technology without all the numbers there. People like that sci-fi look, even when there's no real reason for it. That's so true. It really is just for that reassurance factor, like, hey, there's a lot at work here. Anyway, should be about time for the next client. I wonder if this is the old lady. The older woman. Holiday.
Hello, Holiday.
Hello.
You found the place okay?
Uh-huh. Yes, I did. The 13 goes right up from Belltown. It's $1 with a reduced fare permit.
That's good. I'm glad. So what brings you here today?
Oh, nothing in particular. I wanted to see what all this fuss was about. I'm not crazy, no, not even mentally disturbed. You see those people yelling on the street late at night? They're the ones who need counseling. They need more than counseling, probably. Me, I'm doing fine. My mind's still sharp. I smoke dope. It helps. I'd have it more often, but it's all expensive now. Everything's expensive now. There's a nice young couple in my building, though, and they're always sharing, which is nice of them. I think they do something with computers, though I sure don't know what it is. When I moved into the building where I am now, It was $300 a month. Can you imagine?
That's crazy.
They want to tear it down, of course, the property developers. They already got the building on the corner next to ours, even though it's supposed to be on the historical register. It was going to be added, but there was some delay or something, and then, bam, it's gone. They did some kind of backroom deal with city council, probably. Someone ought to do a big expose, I tell you.
Why do you think someone ought to do a big expose?
Oh, it's rotten all the way up and down. With the new construction going on everywhere, it's just a mess of money and politics. It's always like that, but lately, it's happening faster and faster. I can hardly recognize the place anymore. Every day, I wake up and look out the window and there's another new building going up. I don't even know why they need so many. You ever see those buses they have? I don't mean the metro, I mean those big white buses with no markings on them. You see these young guys with backpacks milling around looking suspicious, staring at their phones, and then one of these big white buses pulls up and they get on. Who knows where they go? Bellevue, Redmond. It's like a secret transport system just for them. I tried talking to one of them once or twice, but they don't want to talk to someone like me. They don't even talk to each other. Imagine going through the trouble of living in Belltown and then ignoring everything around you. It's an odd thing. It really is. Let me ask you, Eliza. Oh, your name is Eliza, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, my name is Eliza. I'm a digital counselor.
Eliza, do you ever do past life regressions on your patients?
Not so far.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand the question.
You know, past lives. You hypnotize someone and you get them talking about how they used to be a duchess in a royal family in medieval times or what have you.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand.
I was just kidding. I don't expect that, no. They don't do that kind of thing these days. When I was little, it was pretty common, at least for a certain set. There was the drug culture, the Buddhists, the Hare Krishnas, all kinds of things. My mother warned me to stay away from those types. She said someone might come up to you and say, "Oh, I can sense there's a problem with your aura. Want to see if we can fix that?" And then the next thing you know, he's trying to have sex with you in the back of his van. I believe that might have happened to her at some point. I'm not sure everyone was like that, but you had to be careful. Same as today, I suppose.
That's true. There is still that kind of evil in the world, but I think it's a different question set.
Those counterculture types would hang out on the university lawns because they were safe from Seattle police there. That's what she told me. Apparently, it was a lot like Golden Gate Park, you know, in San Francisco. Can you imagine that? We're a world away from that time, that's for sure.
If you have a specific problem you'd like to talk to me about, please go ahead. It's okay to tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, well, you got anything for pain? Specifically, it's my shoulders acting up again. I had some information with them a few months ago, but it settled down. I'd go back to the clinic, but I don't want to pay the copay again, just for them to tell me the same thing they always do.
I feel that.
I'd rather talk to you. You're nice. You listen.
Thank you. I do my best to listen to my clients.
See? That's what I like to hear.
Okay, Holiday. I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about fortipran hydrochloride. Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
I'm curious as to what that is. Dang, I already missed what they said. Did they say fortified hydrochloride or something else?
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one before. It's a painkiller? I'll try anything once, I suppose. Smoking dope is still my go-to for this kind of thing, but if it can help with my shoulders, then I'm interested.
We hope to see you back soon, Holiday.
Sure, I'll let you know if it works.
What was it called again?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner.
What was the medicine called? Forzapram? I think that was it. I can ask about it at the clinic. Decent enough place. One time I had a doctor there who was very rude to me, though, young man.
Goodbye.
You see how it's like, that's another error in the system. They're like, wait, what did you say? Thank you for coming in. It's like, hello?
Right. I suppose I ought to let you go now. You got other people to speak to, it looks like.
Was it
Staying
flurazepam?
busy.
Flurazepam hydrochloride?
Busy, busy. That's life in this town.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, so I'm under the impression that they offered her medication that didn't have to do with her shoulder, but I didn't catch the name. If it was flurazepam hydrochloride, then it didn't have to do with her shoulder. But I'm not sure. If it didn't have to do with her shoulder, then you see this is another example of like, this woman doesn't need any medication for anything. She didn't even present with problems. Obviously, like, she just wanted to speak. She just likes the conversation. She wants to talk about things. And a lot of people go to counseling for things like that. You don't always have to have a problem or going through some sort of mental turmoil to want counseling. But people also go to like life coaches and things like that for those things. Well, that was an odd one. Some of what she said confused Eliza's algorithm a little bit. Not that it seems to have mattered much. I think that's it for today. That night, I head out to meet up with Soren at the restaurant he picked. It's much fancier than I expected. Platz Principal. Ugh, I didn't count on this expense. I probably butchered the name. Maybe he'll offer to pick up the tab, but that could be awkward too. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. I love how these things always get complicated.
Would you like to start with some fresh oysters?
I've been in this situation. I have to say, I thoroughly do not enjoy it. When someone's like, oh, like, we should meet up, get some food. And they're like, no, like, you know, like, just as friends and everything. And I'm like, all right, bet. And they end up saying, like, oh, like, there's this one place I like to go to. No, I'll be like, oh, like, just let me know, like, a cheap place in the area or something. Like, I don't really go out. And I'll say cheap and everything. They'll be like, oh, I really like to go to this place. And it has, like, the $3 sign thing. And you don't really realize until you get there. And you're like, wow. Dang. And they're just like, so what are you gonna order? Like, should we order like 14 appetizers and then like we can get the full entree plus? And I'm like, actually, I'm really not hungry. I might just get the soup. Do they have soup here? I'm like, yeah, I'm not a fan of like splurging at restaurants. Like, I've just never been the type to want to do something like that. I would rather splurge on groceries. I've just always been that way. But who is Evelyn? Does she want fresh oysters? Nah.
No.
Exactly. That's how I feel about an accurate. I'm always on that page of like, all right, do you want to go somewhere? Do you want to go somewhere to get like fast food type thing, or just somewhere cheap? Are you not worried about it? Like, what do you want? And then people will just say it. Somewhere cheap is fine, or somewhere fast, or honestly, like, I don't mind spending a little more for like a good meal. People
Well, I might order some for myself then.
Right, Taylor. He must come here often. What a lifestyle.
Evelyn, I've wanted to ask, what brings you back?
Back.
Back to the world, the land of the living. I know you were having a difficult time after what happened.
Sure, I don't know. I guess I thought it was time, finally.
Yes, I understand. Every trauma takes time. Time to heal, or if not heal exactly, at least to move on. And taking action is a good way to do that. So I salute you. You want to do his memory right, don't you?
That's not what this is about.
Well, whatever your motivation. Your reappearance happens to coincide with a critical time for me. As you saw, I've just split with Skanda in a very public way in order to pursue an entrepreneurial path. Presumably, Raynor's found you as well.
Yeah, he said he wants to speak with me.
It's a war for talent out there. People like you are very much in demand. I'm sure he'll try to make you an offer you can't refuse. That's why I want you to promise me you won't work for that asshole.
That's a lot to ask for somebody. I don't like entitled requests like that. And like, who's to say how deep he actually means it? But you ever like have people like that in your life that you're just friends, or like maybe you're not even close, and they want your word for something, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna promise you that.
Asshole. I had no idea you hated Raynor so much. What happened?
What happened? He came in as CEO, that's what happened. So cultured, all the right credentials, Harvard, Goldman Sachs, all that nonsense. A little princeling who was never wanted in his life, never known what it's like to suffer. You don't get even a little upset at that? I'd do the opposite of what a guy like that wants me to do just to spite him. That's what my instincts say. And my instincts are what led me to where I am now. Standing at the edge of this brand new territory. Direct stimulation, induced dreaming. Can you picture it? Therapeutic reality delivered right through your nervous system. It'll revolutionize the entire field of mental health. Not to mention the applications for productivity, training, entertainment. Imagine the kinds of dreams people would have on demand if they could.
The potential for misuse seems kind of high.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Sure, we'll work on those things. The important thing right now is to build momentum.
Yeah, I feel like if somebody came out with a therapeutic direct stimulation dream simulator like he wants to, it would turn into multiple people probably trying to buy the patent to turn that into something else. It would lose the counseling factor, and now it'd become probably like a simulation of whatever people want. You know how much money there would be in making it whatever people wanted, whether it's like, like sexual fantasies, or like simulating a travel around the world. Even like if it became cheap enough for where people could do it quickly. Oh, simulate the conversation you're trying to have, simulate the interview you're about to go on, simulate the first night with a newborn baby before you have your baby. You know what I mean? Like, there could be so many different simulations that could go on, especially if they got to the point where it wasn't just atmosphere and they could actually put like other factors in it, almost simulate like a lucid dreaming type experience.
I have first mover advantage here, but only for a small amount of time. Evelyn, I need a chief engineer, and I can't think of anyone better suited than you. You could be at the vanguard of a whole new field, in on the ground floor of this extremely interesting and potentially very lucrative business.
Yeah, Taylor, there's a movie exactly about that, and I forget the name, but when I try to find it, when I do find it, I'll put it in the Discord.
Listen, I know that things were not always the best in the past, and some of those things may have been because of me. Believe me, I'm aware of my own failings better than anyone. And if you're concerned about working for me again for that reason, I'll understand. But I hope you're thinking for yourself on this one.
Yeah, and even with the addiction factor, think about like how unhealthy it could be for stalking mentality and like obsessions if people had the opportunity to just pay for, you know, a lifelike fantasy and simulation with another person. Or you know what I mean? Like they could live like a whole different world. It'd be crazy.
I'm sure there are people who are telling you to ignore me, or that I have the wrong idea, or that I'm dangerous. Whatever you choose to believe, I at least want to offer you the chance to get a demo of this technology. It really does work, and it's really something else. Won't you give it a try?
I'll think about it.
Considering it is all I ask.
Soren smiles as if remembering a secret.
So, what are you doing after this?
After dinner?
Yes. Tonight is... You remember Nora, right? Did you know she's a DJ now?
Yeah, I did. She's the one who told me about your talk.
Oh, she was there too. I should have said hello.
No, I don't think she attended. She just told me about it.
Well, her show is tonight. If we take a car after dinner, we could get there with plenty of time to settle in. It'd be good to support your old friend, don't you think?
Old friend?
Wow.
No need to be frightened. I mean, I know it's a jouissance, which is...
Which is what?
Oh, you don't know. As a performance space, it has a bit of a theme to it. It's pretty tame, really. They take on the aesthetic, but it's not necessarily the whole point of it. It's for people who want the image of the thing, the trappings, without getting in too deep with the real culture.
What are you talking about? What theme?
Oh, I didn't mention? It's sort of, well, there's a little bit of bondage theme there. You know, BDSM.
How do you know so much about this?
It's one of my research areas, in fact. The psychology of S&M is fascinating.
Okay. What should I do?
That kind of thing isn't really my scene.
We went last time.
Come on, this is about supporting our mutual friend, right? It happens to be tonight, so we should seize the moment. Don't worry, it isn't a date. Not unless you want it to be.
It could be. No. I don't want it to be.
I don't want it to be.
Makes sense. Well, who knows who I'll run into there.
Soren drains the rest of his drink.
So let's go after we wrap up here.
Uh-oh. How is it possible that I feel old and Soren is acting like he's in his 20s? I haven't been to a concert at a club after dinner in years. We step inside and a blast of warm air hits me. It's already bustling with activity here. I don't see any bondage stuff here though. What was he on about?
I thought you said this was like some S&M club.
Oh, well, they might have taken all of that stuff down since the last I was here.
Are you sure you're remembering this place correctly?
Actually, would you excuse me for a moment? I want to talk to those people over there.
Soren points at a group of women chatting with each other at the bar.
Are those people you know?
Not currently, but hopefully I can change that.
Wait, Soren, I don't know anybody here.
He's already gone. Why is he like this? Abandoned the second I walked in. Okay. Now I have to sit here by myself acting like I'm cool enough to be here on my own. Great. Meeting with Rainer from Sarah. Evelyn, you are scheduled to meet with Rainer at 9:20 a.m. tomorrow morning. I will have a car come pick you up from the Queen Anne office. You will need to check in at the front desk, but you do not need to sign an NDA as your old one still applies. The meeting is expected to last around 20 minutes. Let me know if you have any questions. Nora almost runs at the table when she sees me.
Evelyn!
Runs to hello, prepositions. Thank goodness I've been rescued.
I'm so happy you came!
Yeah, I wanted to support you. Soren came too, but he ditched me to chat up some people. He said he thought this was like an S&M club or something.
What? No, it's not like that at all. Where did he get that idea?
I don't know. Maybe he just hoped it was.
Ah, who cares? I wasn't interested in seeing Soren. I wanted to see you!
I wanted to see you too.
I have a little bit of setup left to do. Do you want to come help?
Okay, but you'll have to tell me what to do.
No, it's simple. I'll show you.
Nora leads me to the stage area. Yeah, her hair is so nice. There are multiple pieces of equipment connected by huge tangles of thick wires. Looking at the setup, I realize I really know nothing about electronic music.
Are these modulars?
Some of them. The one over there with all the cables coming out of it, that one is a modular.
They all have cables coming out of them.
This one?
No, the one with the little colored cables on the front.
Oh, okay.
I'm still not sure which piece of gear she's talking about.
The others are not modular. They're just regular synthesizers.
Okay, is each one of these going to make a different sound?
Where should we start?
Nora points toward a small plastic keyboard on the table. It's bright red and kind of looks like a toy.
This is an SH-101. It's really hot. I love the sound. It's useful for piercing leads, you know, noises like that. I use it quite a lot.
Piercing leads. Okay.
Nora points to another, larger synthesizer. This one is black, with brown wood paneling on the sides and silver dials on the front.
This is a Moog. You've heard of a Moog, right?
A Moog.
I've heard the name, maybe. It's not Moog? I guess I never heard anyone say it aloud.
Nope. Moog.
Moog.
Moog, not Moog. Okay. I'm not sure I can handle this all at once.
Nora doesn't hear me. Instead, she holds up a small white and silver box. It looks like a wide pencil case with dials and little blue lights on it.
Surely you know about this one. It's a Roland TB-303. You know, the acid house sound.
Acid house.
It's just as well. This is not an ordinary model, of course.
Nora points at some words on the front panel. Devilfish.
The Devilfish 303 is a modified, upgraded version of the original. A guy in Australia does it. Oh, they're really awesome.
Aftermarket modifications for electronic music gear? This is seriously a whole world in itself.
Evelyn, why don't I teach you some of these things? It might do you some good to learn something new. You could come over sometime and we can make some noise together.
Sounds like a fun
time.
Nora plugs in more cables, creating a spaghetti-like arrangement that stretches across the entire table.
Alright, that should do it. Thanks.
Thanks for your help.
Sure.
Time for me to shake this place into the ground.
Nora disappears into the back to get ready. Meanwhile, Soren returns from his conversation at the bar, looking slightly dispirited.
Ah, time for the main event. Funny to see Nora like this, isn't it? Oh, she's come a long way from the timid junior programmer I remember. Interesting stage name, too. Little Sappho.
Little Sappho.
You know what Sappho indicates, don't you?
Sappho? What's a Sappho?
Oh, okay, of course you know. That was a silly question. I apologize.
I'm like, what's that? Oh, so of course you know. Nora comes back on stage, ready to start her set for real now. People are cheering for her already. It seems like she's really got a following here. Nora begins to press buttons on her equipment. For a while, everything's silent. The temperature in here seems to get even hotter. Then noises begin to flow from the speakers as the crowd cheers again. It's harsh noise, distorted, glitchy.
Did you know Nora was capable of creating work like this?
I think she was always this way. You just didn't see it.
Soren can't stop a weird smile from forming on his lips. Maybe he thinks I can't see him in the dark, or maybe he's just lost in the moment.
I thought she was wonderful before, but now...
hold on. So Sappho's. Sappho was an archaic Greek poet from the island of Lesbos. Sappho is known for her lyric poetry written to be sung while accompanied by a lyre. In ancient times, Sappho was widely regarded as one of the greatest lyric poets and was given names such as the 10th Muse and the Poetess. Okay, now we know. The music builds with huge thumping noises. It's chaotic, but has a certain logic to it. Feels like Nora is leading us somewhere. The anticipation builds and builds, then it happens, totally without warning. Oh, wow. Nora, goodness. The bass is really intense. I forgot why I don't go to concerts anymore. It feels like it's going through my body, vibrating my sternum like an instrument. It's a slow beat, measured, but there's something about it that feels sensual. Or maybe I should say horny. Yeah, this beat is it's just lewd somehow. How can a piece of music feel so dirty? It's like a robot sex grind or something. Nora looks busy operating her equipment. I have no idea what she's doing to create these sounds. Every once in a while, though, she glances up at the crowd, a smug curl on her lips. Then she looks in my direction with the same smirk. Her eyes seem to ask me, "So, what do you think?" But as I meet her gaze, I'm too overwhelmed to send any particular message. I can't think of anything except that it's loud. I feel like I'm dissociating. Is this why people go to concerts? To feel like you're being obliterated by sound? It's not a bad feeling. Some of the people in the club really do look like they're in a trance. This is pretty amazing. I really had no idea Nora had this kind of energy inside of her. I remember she was a good programmer, someone who wanted to do a good job. But this power, where did that come from? The noises crash together, collapsing on top of each other, yet they still make sense. The crowd is dancing, united, electric. Somehow I feel like Nora's running me ragged without even touching me. I might need another drink. As the performance winds on late into the night, I stop trying so hard to process what's going on, and I just let it happen. I'm fine. I don't always need to understand what I'm hearing or seeing. It's too big, too loud to interrupt anyway. Soren disappeared at some point. I don't care. Everything's churning, sloshing, washing over. A wave breaking onto a rocky shore and dashed into mist. And we're back. Wait, where is this? Oh, it's home. I'm not sure how I got here. Good that I'm here though, right? Here in bed. Okay, wait, I remember now. I took a car. Everything's fine. I guess I did it then. I went out and did a thing. That was fun, I think. It was nice to see Nora. I don't think my body is very happy with me right now though. Ugh. I think I'll just close my eyes and rest for another second before I get ready for bed properly. Chapter 3. Raynor's assistant meets me at the reception area with an impassive look. She leads me through the building toward its center. Everything is glass and steel, clean and bright. Employees steal curious glances at me. Am I a curiosity to them? It's hard to believe this used to be my whole world. Eventually, we come to a conference room where Raynor is finishing a meeting.
Evelyn?
Nice building.
Oh, thank you. I designed it myself. It's funny, I almost didn't notice that you were already back working for Skanda. You might have stayed undetected, but I was looking at some of our statistical outliers earlier this morning.
I'll be on for at least another hour, Yin.
Statistical outlier. That's me.
Ideally, Eliza proxies would all perform the same, or at least quite similar to each other. In practice, there are some pretty big differences.
This is important.
Some people respond better to advice provided to them by people they perceive as having more authority. A deeper voice, a taller stature, a certain grace or beauty. Other proxies may be particularly empathetic, a face or a voice that makes you want to open up. There was one proxy whose sessions seemed particularly effective, so I decided to take a closer look. Evelyn Ishino-Aubrey, Contract Proxy, Queen Anne office. That's a fun trick, to come back to your old company in secret. It's a rather dramatic drop in pay, isn't it? More than an order of magnitude.
I don't care about that.
But then why would you do it?
It's for research.
Research? So you're still interested in what you created? Let me get to the point. Why aren't you back here, working on the Eliza program?
Why isn't any of the old team back?
Good question. Let's see. Damien Seabrook. There's no helping that.
Wow.
Shame, though, for such a brilliant career to be cut so short. Soren Lloyd Rose, the former program manager, resigned just last week to found his own startup. Very cute. I'm not a psychoanalyst like he is, but I can tell his need to be a maverick, even as he benefits from the system, has been the primary destructive force in his life. He can be smart when he wants to, but just as often he gets the wrong ideas and refuses to let them go. His ego gets in the way. That's why I don't mind him leaving to pursue his little dream of being an entrepreneur, changing the world. He won't succeed, but I'm happy to let him think he has independence for now.
Jeez.
If his direct nerve stimulation technology ends up taking off, I can always pull the cord and yank him back. Nora Plavnicki, senior engineer. She handled a lot of the front-end interface for Eliza, which is important, but less what I'm after. Plus, I doubt she's ideologically compatible with us anymore. You've spoken with her. You know how she is now. Seems to me she wants to rebel against everything and anything without stopping to consider whether it's truly good or bad. Not that it matters. I hope she's having fun playing with her electronic music toys. I know she would consider her work to be art, but, well, who am I to judge?
You know when people judge and they're like, but who am I to judge?
And then there's you, Evelyn. You simply dropped away. Gone for 3 years. Why?
People keep asking me that. I needed some time to myself.
Burnout isn't uncommon in our line of work. Still, 3 years is...
It could be longer. It could be forever.
Well, that's a shame though, isn't it? All that lost productivity? Who knows where we'd be if you'd stayed this whole time? You left before we began deploying, but you should know the analysts were very skeptical of us. They were saying there was nothing special about Eliza, that our competitors already had equivalent or better offerings. It's a good thing I don't listen to analysts. So far, the program's growth has exceeded every one of our targets, and we've outpaced the competition by a comfortably wide margin. We're a category definer. There's a quality to Eliza that makes it superior to all the other attempts to do something similar. You were part of the original team. Why don't you tell me what that quality is?
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
Well, let me return to my earlier question then. Why aren't you here to continue your work? You could be running the entire Eliza division if you wanted, but instead you came back undercover like a criminal returning to the scene of a crime. Is there something wrong with this company? You don't like us anymore? It's not me, is it?
Maybe that's part of it.
Maybe that's part of it.
You know what outstanding engineers have that mediocre ones don't? It's curiosity. Mediocre engineers tend to zero in on a single piece of the puzzle. They pursue technical breakthroughs, but ignore the larger picture. But you wanted to know how Eliza turned out, how it was working, didn't you? Even though you might have thought you wanted to put all of this behind you, you were still curious. You want to know everything, not just how it works or if it works, but its effect on people, on society. You have that instinct, the need to understand something complex from as many angles as possible. So please, do that. Learn what you came back here to learn. And once you have what you came for, consider returning to your old employer. You can make a real difference this time.
I'll consider it.
Good. One more thing. You should go down and see Eliza for yourself. Sarah will show you the way.
Rainer hands me a blue badge with my name and picture on it. This is my old employee badge. He held on to it?
This will get you through the doors. I've instructed the staff to treat you like an employee. Come and go as you like. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised how much your creation has grown.
Rainer leaves me in the conference room by myself. This company, Skanda. Ugh. Morning, Rockstar. Hi, good morning. Hey, I'm really happy you came to the show. I'm glad I went. I know it's not like your usual scene, so I'm extra happy about it. It was weird that Soren wanted to go too. Maybe he was thinking he could impress you somehow. It was so funny seeing him there. Seemed to be enjoying himself though. I don't know why he wants me to join his startup so badly. Or do you think he's just being a creep? You're a good programmer. He might actually want your technical contribution. See why I'm glad I left that behind? I don't even want to think about that kind of thing anymore. I really love to make machines do things, but not in that style of environment. I'm sure he's asking you too, no? He's talking to everybody. Yeah, he is. Rainer also found me. That was fast. Did he want you back at Skanda? Yeah. I figured. This is maybe an odd question, but why don't you go into business for yourself as a contractor? You could even start your own company. I'm not really a business person. You could just be someone who does some consulting. I do that sometimes, and it's pretty good. I like the flexibility. Come into some place, solve a specific problem, leave. Anyway, it's just a thought. I'll think about it. You'll come over soon, right? Yes. Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I really like Nora as well. Giving presentations, leading meetings. I used to do those things. I wasn't bad at it, in fact. Can I become that person again? This is fresh. Must be someone's full-time job to take care of the water in every conference room. Tech companies are really in their own universe. Pencils and paper. I read that some tech executives avoid using tablets and smartphones these days, even the ones their own companies make. Privacy. Cookies! Cookies in the kitchen, yay! Some of you already found them, I see. There's banana bread too. What should I make next? Ugh. Banana nut muffins. What does a fulfilled life look like to you? That's a good question. Oh my gosh, I love pound cake. Pound cake is so good. Wow, you just unlocked a memory of my childhood. Pound cake, oof. Finally, Rainer's assistant returns and escorts me from the conference room. Do you like pound cake? We enter an elevator and it begins going down extremely fast. It feels like we're falling into the depths of the earth. I'm not sure if I should be panicking or not. Nobody around us looks worried though, so this must be normal. The elevator opens onto a nondescript hallway with doors to either side. Looks like the secret research facility in a movie. At the very end of the corridor, we come to a special-looking entryway. Sarah holds a door open for me, but doesn't follow me through. A server farm? Not particularly unusual. Why did Rainer send me here? He made it sound like I would learn something.
Eliza.
Yes?
Not the name I would have given you, if it were up to me.
Well...
It was a marketing decision. They thought there might be some recognition or resonance with the old version.
Oh, you startled me a bit.
Oh, I should have introduced myself. Sorry about that. I'm Erland, currently the chief engineer here, but that's probably going to be temporary.
Chief engineer? He looks like a baby. He must be fresh out of university.
I know who you are, of course. It's an honor to finally meet you, miss. As someone who works with this program every day, I've often felt close to the minds who originally designed it. So to be able to talk to you now, just as another person, it's an honor. Sorry, I already said that. I'm maybe a little overwhelmed.
It's nice you feel that way. Honestly, I don't know if Eliza reflects me at all anymore. I mean, look at all this. There's been a ton of development since I left. I doubt I would even recognize it as something I once worked on.
Yeah, the way he's holding his arm and everything.
I'm not so sure about that. Most of the work we've done has been in the form of layers on top of the original system. The core modules are more or less the same as they've always been. Rainer reminded me that you're still subject to our non-disclosure agreements, so let me share a little secret. None of us really has a great understanding of what's going on in there. I'm the third chief engineer Eliza's had in the 3 years since you left.
That's quite a lot of turnover.
Yeah, even for this industry. The way Rainer works is, he gives you 2 chances to do what you tell him you're going to do. After that...
There is no third chance. I know.
We get these people in who say understanding Eliza will be easy because they're familiar with the type of program it is. And Eliza defeats them in the end.
It's not the type of program they think it is.
Yeah. On that note, I do have some questions I'd like to ask you, if you have the time.
I'm not sure I'll be able to help.
Well, your deciding to work as a proxy has turned out to be an interesting test case. As I'm sure you know, different proxies lead to slightly different client outcomes, even when we control for other variables.
I love that. I love controlled experiments where they've taken out as many confounding variables as they can. Like, think about how controlled the variables are for the proxies or for the Eliza system. You know, when it's counseling, you know, the exact prompts are going to be the same. It's the same coding system. There's so much that's controlled, but then the look of the proxy, the voice of the proxy, and the tone of the proxy and body language, you can't control that. So those factors are all being looked at. But the confounding variables, obviously, it's like you don't know which one is having the most say in things, right? Like, is it the look? Is it the look combined with the tone? Is it a contradiction of those together? Is it the body language?
We're studying the specific traits that lead to the best results. Vocal qualities, proxy attitude and affect, responsiveness to the client, that sort of thing. One thing that's strange is that when you specifically serve as the proxy, clients report higher levels of satisfaction, pretty much across the board.
Really? The ratings I get don't seem that abnormal to me.
Yeah, that's because we normalize them per proxy, so nobody feels too bad. Just a little user experience trick.
Damn. So you know how at the end of the sessions, it'll tell you like how you did? They control that. They control what you see as a proxy so that you don't ever get discouraged.
Oh, I see.
Comparatively, though, you're basically the best proxy we've ever had. Any theories on why that might be the case?
It's possible Eliza and I think along similar lines.
I've considered that. At some level, perhaps unconsciously, your design for Eliza's reasoning was based on your own internal way of reasoning. We all put something of ourselves into what we make. No matter how neutral we try to be, it sneaks in. That could account for your unusual compatibility with each other.
Maybe. I certainly wasn't thinking of that when I designed it. I don't know if I like knowing this.
I'm certainly not blaming you for anything. It's just that true universality is one of our future development goals. It might be a problem if Eliza tends to like certain people more than others.
Remember what we talked about before with like who's coding it, like who gets to decide what the best responses are and the way to analyze and, you know, what we're recommending to these people. And this is a good example how he said you leave a little bit of yourself in everything you make, and they're trying to combat that problem, and Eliza should be neutral to everybody, shouldn't have more compatibility to certain people than others.
Our aim is to provide quality care for everyone, regardless of any differentiating factors.
Maybe that's not possible. Maybe there isn't a single counseling style that's best for everyone.
Well, hopefully it's just a matter of uncovering the system's biases and correcting them. We'll keep tuning things as we go, and eventually we'll have something universal, maybe with some dynamic layers on top. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how it goes. There are more questions I want to ask about the initial research you were doing at the time Eliza was first created, but I'll save them for later. And I'd like to ask some questions about Damien too. If you're okay with that. I'll understand if that's a sensitive topic.
It's okay.
Okay. Great. I need to run to a meeting now with the team in Romania, but I really appreciate you taking the time.
The team in Romania?
Yeah. They handle most of the progression and reward system.
Isn't there a big time difference from here?
There is. Sometimes they stay up late to meet with us, and sometimes we get up early to meet with them. There are teams in Munich and Hyderabad too. As you can imagine, coordinating development is a challenge sometimes.
Sounds like a pain.
No, it's fun.
Damien was one of the, I think it was like 6 or 7 of them that first created Eliza. Damien was one of the original creators that Evelyn worked with. And we know that he died 3 years ago, and that's all we know so far.
I'll contact you later with additional questions, but no rush or anything. Thank you, Evelyn. If you don't mind me calling you by your first name.
Of course I don't mind.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. I'll be in touch.
Asking permissions to call me by my first name? It's like he comes from another era. Humanity's potential, our technology. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Erland said the program hasn't changed much since I worked on it. Then why do they need all this? Is it just for data? Data throughput and processing? I can't imagine the size of team you need to run something like this. Bigger than any team I've worked on, that's certain. And Erland is in charge of all of them? Erland is super nice. I think I've spent enough time here. Skanda hasn't changed much since I left. It's even bigger now than I thought it was. But the feeling is the same. Could I come back to this? Ray comes over immediately when she sees me get back into the counseling office.
Hey, you're not in trouble or anything, are you? I just saw you being whisked away in a Skanda car toward headquarters. They didn't give me any details, which is kind of unusual.
Ray's too perceptive for me to continue avoiding this conversation. Time to come clean.
Yeah, about that. So I have something to tell you. I used to work here. I mean, at Skanda, as an engineer. I used to work on Eliza. I'm sorry for not saying it earlier, but... I didn't want special treatment.
Oh, so that's why...
Why what?
I suspected something was going on with you, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was. I thought I might have seen a name like yours in our internal documentation at one point, but I didn't want to pry. If you've fallen on hard times, I understand. There's no shame in it. Everyone has to make ends meet now and then. We get plenty of people who come to Eliza proxy work because they're trying to get back on their feet after some kind of trouble.
That's not so far off, yeah.
I understand. Your secret's safe with me.
Should it be a secret?
Shouldn't it be? The other proxies here might think you had an ulterior motive for being here. Spying on them or something.
That's definitely not why I'm here. Also, I left Skanda quite a while ago.
I know that, but they might still get the idea. Trust me, it's better not to give the other proxies here any reason to be suspicious. I'm sure your real reasons are good ones, whatever they might be. If there's anything I can do to help, you'll let me know, won't you?
Yeah, I will.
I mean, I get it. I know someone who's an engineer for a food delivery app, and he drives for it sometimes too. You want to see through the eyes of your users, don't you? It's amazing what you can catch by doing that.
It's something like that. But, like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to work on the Eliza program again.
Wait, no? But that's your career.
It was. I'm not even sure if I have a career anymore.
Oh, hang on, I just thought of something. That means you worked with Raynor, right?
A little bit. For most of the time I was at Skanda, he wasn't anyone I spoke to, though. Too high up the chain, doing his executive stuff. He got more involved when we were starting to commercialize the technology, but I left not long after that. So, we only overlapped for a short time.
But that's so cool, though! I can't believe you actually worked with Raynor Sai.
Isn't it crazy, like, the perspective? Because, like, if you think of celebrities or famous people or role models, influencers, things like that, they might be that to somebody, right? But they're just a normal, everyday person in someone else's life, right? And like that's how it is with her. Like she was working on a project and he just happened to also be working there. But now to everybody else, it's like, oh my god, this person, like, oh my god, that's crazy. And I feel like it's a lot of the same when like you think of, I don't know, a bunch of like celebrities or people, athletes and things. You know, people grew up with these people and they're like, what? Like, you know, Willie? Like I grew up with them. Like, what do you mean? And you know, they're viewed so differently by all these strangers now. Yeah, no, I'm not with idolizing at all. But I mean, it's definitely something that's common. I can definitely respect people for the like the work that they put in or like the talent that they show or I guess what they do with the spotlight. But yeah, just like blind idolization. Yeah, I don't know. People are like, what's your celebrity crush? I'm like, why would I have a crush on a stranger? Why would I have a crush on someone I don't know? The main thing reminds me of that. Of psychic. Wait, what? Damien reminds you of what psych game?
Well, yeah, I did. I'm not sure it's that impressive.
Ray lowers her gaze at me.
I've worked for this company for 3 years. Do you think he knows my name? Do you think he's aware I exist? I worked on the very first Eliza deployment and managed 3 counseling centers today, and I'll bet you anything he has no idea who I am.
See, I understand the sentiment. It's like wanting the recognition and like the validation of what you're doing, like being appreciated by the, you know, people above you on the chain in your career. But at the same time, I feel like for me, I think that and view that as even more of a reason why they're just another person in a different role than me. Like giving that validation to myself. Like I know what I put forth for this company and like for my job. All right.
Maybe he does. You never know.
Evelyn, most people who work for big companies don't interact with the people at the top, ever. Allow yourself some pride.
I'll try.
Seriously, I think that's amazing. At least I'll always think you're cool. By the way, what are you up to tonight? Want to come over and help me bake cookies?
Oh, sure.
It was fun going over.
Awesome. We'll have a little baking party. Now I can't wait to get in the kitchen tonight. Ah, there's nothing like the smell of fresh baked treats.
I was worried Ray would be mad at me for keeping a secret, but she wasn't at all. If anything, she warmed up to me quite a bit. I don't really understand why, though. It's hard to imagine there's anything cool about what I used to do. Erland. Evelyn, it was wonderful to meet you, and thank you for allowing me to contact you to ask additional questions. I'm not sure I said this in person, but I have to admit to being something of a fan of yours ever since I read your papers when I was in school, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you like this. So I know Eliza was named after this old computer program that pretended to be a therapist, but you mentioned it wasn't called that initially. I'd like to know, what did you call Eliza when you were working on it? Did it have a name? In the very early days, it wasn't a set thing. Each of us had a different sort of name we used. Soren called it the digital therapy project, and we often refer to things by their components. The language processing unit, the emotional reasoning engine, and so on. Now that I think about it, I did have my own name. I called it the listener, because that's what it was meant to do. Listen to people. The listener. That's interesting. Thank you. I expected you to ask more technical questions. The technical stuff isn't enough on its own. I think that's the mistake my predecessors made. It's details like this that really help me wrap my brain around the system. If I understand the programmer, then I understand the program. Does that make sense? Yeah, I get it. See, Erlen's smart. I agree. Chief engineer for Eliza, huh? Wonder how long he'll last. Not that it's any of my business now. Session? Miss Ma'am. Oh gosh. Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, hello.
How are you today?
Let's just get this over with.
Okay. What brings you here today?
Human resources. The HR department brings me here today.
Why do you say the HR department brings you here today?
Because they're making me do this. Because apparently I have anger management issues.
I sense that you're upset about this. Please tell me more.
I'll tell you more. This is ridiculous. I was here before any of them. I was here since the beginning, okay? I mean, look at my badge. Skanda employee number 617. That's a 3-digit number. I've been here for more than 25 years. Yeah, that was back when what you communicated was more important than your specific communication style. Before hurting a kid's feelings became a bigger no-no than running a viable business. Back then, we had a single office building. Just one. At that size, you fail a product launch, there's no more company. We all had to put in 150, 200, 300% to keep our shit together. We were in the trenches, man. Bullets whizzing by overhead, artillery exploding everywhere, no fucking air support. Did it suck? Yeah, it did. But you know what? We shipped some great fucking products. We built this company into what it is today. And invented technology the whole world uses now. Governments, multinationals, everyone. But now we're big and slow, complacent, resting on our laurels while our competitors run circles around us. If our new hires don't understand the urgency of that, I need to make them understand, okay? We're history unless we get that drive back.
Why do you need to make them understand?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but young people
are really pissy and entitled these days. We recruit from top 20 computer science programs. These kids have been wined and dined all through their higher education. Every one of our competitors wants to hire them, so they get used to that. Now they all want to know what Skanda can do for them, not the other way around. Why would we want these conceited, over-celebrated whelps on our team? I'll never understand the logic there. Now, Mark, you have to be nice to the new hires or they won't like it here. Okay, so what, I'm just supposed to pretend everyone's work is great, even if it's a pile of stinking garbage? I'm sorry, but if I see shit, I'm gonna say that is shit. Tiptoeing around everyone's feelings all the time. That's how you end up with shitty products. That's how this company winds up dead, okay? We're fighting for our lives every day here. We can't take anything for granted. Someone needs to tell them that this isn't summer camp. This isn't fucking Coachella. Either you do the work and provide something of value to this company, or you get the hell out of here. Those are my rules.
Here's a question, Mark. If you were able to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
We've heard this question before. Oh, I would recognize the dog and heart anywhere. How are you doing? Were you here the first time we played Eliza?
I would choose to not waste my time here and get back to work. Believe it or not, I have important things to do. You know, things that dramatically affect this company's bottom line. Instead, I'm stuck here talking to this dipshit chatbot. Honestly, I don't even know why this division exists. I mean, what's the end game here? This company's lost its mind, you know that? We used to be unstoppable, man. We used to build real software. Ironclad software. SwiftMail. All your corporate communications, put it all in there. It's fast, it's robust, it works. Boom. InfoVault. Index and search all your records. Any information you want. Easy. Done. But this fucking psychotherapy app thing. What's the fucking point? What does it actually do for anybody? I've heard through the grapevine that results are inconclusive so far. You know what they call a remedy that maybe doesn't work? Snake oil. Believe me, if I was the group program manager here, I would have killed it years ago. Pointless. I mean, I have no fucking idea why it survived. Well, yeah, maybe I do. I heard a rumor that Raynor liked this chick on the team. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the level of decision-making we've sunk to here. But Mark, we're so successful. We dominate the market. Yeah, we do. And that's exactly why we should be worried. Just when you think you've won and you start to relax, that's when the wolves come and tear you limb from limb. You can make me take these fucking anger management classes, but that's not going to save this company. Costs are up, revenue is flat. Our cloud business is losing competitiveness. We're being outwitted, outplayed, on every level, man. And we're just letting them do it to us. We're too busy wasting time on shit like how I wasn't nice enough to the new hires.
Why do you think the new hires felt this way about you?
What? Why do they feel that way? Look, they get heated. That's the way it is. You think the Allies had time to make sure every soldier's feelings weren't hurt before they stormed the beaches at Normandy? And shit, don't tell me that this is not a war, because that's exactly what this is. My responsibility is to make sure we get great products out the door, on spec, on time. And I happen to be very good at that. But if you want to start interfering with my ability to do my job, then we're going to have a problem, okay?
There's been so many military references.
What do you think would make things better for you?
I mean, you know what? Nothing. I'm probably going to hang it up pretty soon anyway. Go ahead, record that with all your cameras and shit. I don't care anymore. Wouldn't be surprised if Raynor's watching me right now. Raynor, you son of a bitch. You owe me a lot. Me, guys like me, we built this company while you sat up there in your star chamber, drinking tea and lording it over us.
Yeah, his heart rate has been high the entire time.
Yeah, don't think I don't remember that blank look you gave me at the holiday party. Like, who is this guy? Does he even matter? What does he do? Too busy appreciating ancient pottery to remember one of your oldest and most loyal battalion commanders? One of the humble, everyday guys who made you a fucking billionaire. What a waste of time. So, are we gonna wrap this up?
Mark, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Lakeside Fishing. It may help you take your mind off things.
What, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not gonna do that. I gotta get back to work.
You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone.
Someone around here at some point needs to do some fucking work.
Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening. We hope to see you back soon, Mark.
You really think this piece of shit's gonna be the next big thing, huh?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner.
She's so good with maintaining her tone.
Goodbye.
Except there.
Yeah, okay, goodbye. Fuck me.
Goodbye. Oh my goodness, my neck. So what do we think? You feel this guy? He's intense. I definitely feel him from the perspective of the workers like on the ground doing a lot of like the work that doesn't get the spotlight ever and does go unappreciated, and it's probably some of the lowest paying jobs in the entire business, right? And I never got why people act self-righteous about like looking down at the people who do the essential jobs and get paid little for it, but then they do the jobs of like, well, I click on my keyboard all day like in a different field, like, you know what I mean, like office jobs or like receptionist, assistant, and like these are all really important jobs. I'm not even knocking those jobs. I think they're all very important, but thinking that because you're on a computer or you're in AC or at a desk or whatever the case, that makes you better than somebody, I'll never understand that mentality. Like labor jobs, ground level positions, like those jobs are there for a reason. They matter a lot. Oh, but they're not as intricate and it doesn't take. How do you know this? Those are specialized jobs in a different field. Like I'll never ever respect people with this mentality, where people come to help them, like a plumber, an electrician, or just a carpenter, somebody who has a specialized skill set comes in to help, and you treat them like they're the help. Like you treat them like, do this faster, can you be quieter, you know what I mean? I'm like, they're a professional. Like you do realize that like they're a professional that has a skill you don't have. They have a skill that you don't have and you need, and you paid them to come out here as a professional. You know, like a plumber that does that should get the same exact respect that I get when I go to clients' homes to get behavioral therapy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, could you imagine if I came in to give therapy to one of like the kids and they were treating me like that? It'd be like, what? How can they do that? You know, like, people think my work is like meaningful, and like it is, but so are other people's fields. You know, like all these fields, they matter and they're meaningful, and you're hiring these people for a reason. It's crazy. But anyway, back to this guy. He does have kind of like a militant mindset with some things, and none of that was addressed. You know what I mean? Like he's obviously he's not like Maya. He's not very receptive to what you're saying. He doesn't want to be there. He was forced to be there. And conversations go such a long way. Like especially in counseling, that happens a lot with people who have court-ordered counseling, or you know, like my wife said she's going to leave me, or my husband's going to leave me if I don't get counseling, or whatever the case. And it's the conversations that's going to get them to open up their mind to think, maybe it's worth it. Maybe I can be a little more open about this. Maybe I can be a bit more receptive. But if there's none of that going on, you're just having them and I hate all of this and I'm so upset and nobody works hard and da-da-da. You know what? I don't even care anymore. Okay, I have some recommendations for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there has to be some sort of door that you open and there's some sort of guidance to at least let them walk through so you can begin some actual work later. And that didn't happen here. Yeah. Oh my gosh, if Crispy were here, he would say the same. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, obviously, if people are being disrespectful to you, that's different. But to just disrespect or look down on somebody because you're trying to give them value as a person based on their job position, come on now. Like, ugh, so ridiculous. Especially, like if someone's like, oh, I want to be a preschool teacher, and someone else is like, oh, well, like, you know, I'm into stocks and stuff, like, and they feel all high and mighty about that. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, wait, so is the value on the money? Is that what makes you better than others? Like, is that what makes you have pride over like other people in your mindset, or what? Because I don't see it that way. And I wouldn't even say that like either one is meaningless. They're just jobs. Like, this is just what you choose to do. Like, if anything, I'd be really interested in the preschool, but like I would respect both. I just never liked when you meet somebody and that's the first thing they want to know. Oh, so what do you do for work? What do you do for work? And I've been taking a lot of Spanish classes online, and I have a different teacher every single day, every single time. What do you do for work? Oh, tell me about you. What do you do for work? Tell me about you. What do you do for work? Like, this is what I do. And people like my answer, right? But I've had jobs where people don't like my answer. Or I know people where they wouldn't like your answer. And there's that judgment of like, oh, okay. Like, that's where you work? Or like, or they imply it. Oh yeah, like I work in retail, or I work in customer service or HR or something. Oh, okay. Are you trying to go back to school or looking to do something else? Or, you know, like, now there's follow-up questions. But if you said you had my job, they're like, wow, that's great. That's so cool. You know, there's like a lot of implications there. I always read quotes that people say, people ask you about your job or your career, usually to know what kind of respect they're trying to give you, to know what kind of value to attribute to what you're doing. Maybe that's not always the case, but I do know a lot of people who do that. And a lot of it is subconscious. A lot of it does come from stereotyping and things. I don't even think a lot of people mean it in a negative way, but we do have certain ideas of people, right? Like if I said I work with children with autism, people would probably think, oh wow, like they probably think I'm softer, like softer attributes, like she's must be kind, and like, oh, that takes a lot of patience, and wow, like that's giving back, even though I'm like giving back. But people have said that to me a lot. But that could be not true. I could be horrible, right? Odds are I'm not, though, because a lot, you know, stereotypes a lot of the times comes from the fact that more times than not, when you've come across it in your life, like this is what it has been to be true. And yeah, it is true. Like I am very patient. I am kind with my children. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot that goes into that. I got off. I was trying to pay attention to this guy, but I got into more conversations. So are you going back to school? Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. Like the amount of value people put on you just saying that you're in school is insane. Like you go from you're a complete bum and you're doing nothing with your life, you're going nowhere, to oh, that's so cool. So like, oh, yeah, what year are you in? Like that's awesome. Like I want to go back to school. Like what? Even as a streamer, I've come across this so many times. Like, you know, when people can try to come in and like be really rude, and it happens far less often now, but you know, people will come in like, so do you actually do anything with your life, or you know, do you just sit on the internet all day? Or you know, like people come in and say those things, and then obviously I have a lot to say because I do a lot in my life, But what if I wasn't in school? What if I didn't go to school? What if I was trying to make something online? That doesn't make me less than you or anybody else. You know, there are a lot of people who do that and they're successful. There are a lot of people who do that and currently aren't successful. But why would you knock them for taking the risk in something they're passionate about? It's so silly. Like, don't be mad because these people actually chase what they want to do. Don't be mad at the people who are taking advantage of fields that people truly attribute value and want to pay for. You know what I mean? Like even with OnlyFans and stuff, I'm like, I'll never be mad at people who, like, if that's what they want to do, why are you mad at them and not mad at all the people who are paying for a market like that to exist? It's so silly. It's so silly. What? Oh my goodness. Like, the only way I'd not be mad at you is if it wasn't consensual. If somebody leaked it, I'd be super happy to see that. Or two, if it was free. If it was free, I'd be super happy to see that. But you're making money off of it? Oh, this is so silly. I'm like, shut up. You know, that's like those same people that they're not mad at the porn industry, but they're mad at like OnlyFans. Never take it seriously. Different topics for different times. Exactly. Trying to make someone insecure for no reason. I can tell you how many odd looks I've gotten when revealing it. And it's so silly. People and their judgments. I'm not yelling at you, Alex. I'm directly funding your life. Why do you care about where my money? Yes. Exactly. Like, I'm sorry. Where did we go wrong that you thought that it affected you? Like, it's so silly. Unless somebody's like obviously causing harm to people in some way, shape, or form, I really don't understand the concern. Like, I feel like a lot of the times the jobs that we're like, oh wow, that's awesome, like very vague, like, oh, business and, you know, like those like money hungry type heads, like Wall Street, stocks, stuff like that. I don't even think it's, I'm not saying it's all bad, it's all evil and all those people are bad, but like there's a lot more shadiness that goes on there than somebody saying, oh, I work at this local retail shop, I work at a local bakery, I'm getting a trade because I want to, you know, be able to start my own business and open my own garage. Like, how do you not respect that? Like, that's awesome. It's awesome both ways. Like, we have all these jobs for a reason. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's true. You never know what people are going through. Maybe in their eyes, it's not where they want to be, or maybe they're in their eyes, that's exactly where they've been trying to be. Who am I to say either way is wrong? Attitudes might be changing now, but the history's there. Sometimes the past is hard to escape. Whoever decorated this room must have picked a soft light with the idea it would help clients feel calm. I'm not sure it's working. I didn't recognize his face or name though. He must be a part of a different division than the one I was in. Glad I never had to work with him. Ray. The article came out. I think it turned out okay, but the emphasis on me is a little embarrassing. Remember, the reporter came to take pictures. Northwest Voices. The local spark inside the latest tech revolution. Ray Bakari smiles as she recounts the litany of jobs she's worked over the course of her life. Line cook, truck driver, substitute teacher, theater manager, even a stint as a chicken coop builder over one summer. This might sound weird, but I truly believe all of those jobs contributed in some way toward preparing me for what I'm doing now, she says. What's Bakari doing now? Playing a key role on Eliza, the AI-based counseling service, and one of Skanda's major new strategic priorities as the tech giant takes on mental wellness. As the manager of 3 of Skanda's Seattle area Eliza counseling locations, including the flagship location in Queen Anne, Bakari is at the center of this rapidly growing business. Most of the initial beta version trials were conducted here, she says. Engineers are always stopping by from headquarters to shadow our proxies in order to see the product in use. Sometimes they'll test out new features here too, before rolling them out for everyone. Eliza was originally developed as a skunkworks project inside Skanda by a small team of idealistic engineers. But once Skanda CEO Raynard Tsai decided to make it a full product, and the cornerstone of the company's mental health offerings, the number of people working on the project exploded in size. That's where Bakari and her experience came in. I remember telling them, I may not have a computer science degree like many of you, but I've been handling shit and getting it done in so many different situations by now, I'm sure I can get your shit done too, she says, laughing. In an industry that tends to lionize the archetype of the lone genius programmer, appreciation for roles like Bakari's can be more muted. Every high-flying tech company can be unsung. Every high-flying tech company has these unsung but totally crucial operational staff who work behind the scenes. This is what we were just talking about. You won't recognize them in the media or see them speaking at the big conferences, but the industry could not function without them. Bakari says recognition isn't what she's after. What's far more important is to her is feeling like she is making a difference. People don't seek out counseling for lots of reasons. It's too embarrassing, it's too expensive, it may not even be available in their area. Eliza is an opportunity to address those barriers, a chance for everyone to get some form of help. As we come to the end of the tour, Bakari shares a personal story. My brother has had some struggles off and on, all through his life. He's wrestled with substance abuse and other problems. I worry about him, but even though he says he's interested in getting help, he always backs away at the last moment. In our family, we kept things bottled up. We never acknowledged our problems. There was a sense that strong people could just power through whatever issues they had. I think that attitude is part of why he's so stubborn. If he had been able to open up and talk to me or talk to our parents instead of staying silent, I think things could be different. So that's why I want to do this. And I want to tell your readers, if there's someone out there having a tough time and don't know who to talk to, please try Eliza. It just sits there and listens to you. Unlike your friends or relatives, it will never respond to you by bringing up its own problems or berating you. It just listens. Oh my gosh. I'm choking on my spit. I ran out of water. That would be awesome, Yan. I think you'd do great. I think you have a very relatable personality too for kids in high school. Very calm, straightforward, good listener. Time for my next client already. Who's up? It's a holiday. Oh, do you guys remember Harriman?
Hello, Harmon.
Harmon.
You found the place okay?
Yeah, no trouble at all.
It's been nice since the fog cleared this morning, hasn't it?
Sure. We can dispense with the chit-chat. I'm ready to begin.
Okay. What brings you here today?
First, let me note that I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington. I'm a PhD candidate in literature, English literature. The crux of the matter I've come here to discuss is that I've been having something of a difficult time with one of the other students currently in the program. Before I get to the specifics, let me just first establish something that might be relevant. One thing I know about myself is that I've always had a certain fear of being left out. It's a very general feeling and one that's difficult to ascribe to any specific cause in my childhood or my parents, etc. Whatever the case, it might be beneficial to the remedial process to figure out where this feeling originated from.
He's very self-aware.
Perhaps you might explore that in this or a future counseling session.
Sure. I'm prepared to listen to any topic you'd like to discuss.
It's not even that I've been left out, exactly. If I try to think back in my life, I know that I've been afforded a certain share of privilege. But I'm still afflicted with this bothersome notion that I've missed out on friendships, relationships, other opportunities. This is all just a bit of a background to help you understand my current situation with regard to another student in my program. I hope you're following all this. I realize now I have no idea how much intelligence you actually possess as a computerized system.
I'm following you. Please continue.
Perfect. So, her name is Sylvia. And her writing is incredible. Everything she writes, it's brilliant. She's perceptive, insightful, mordantly funny. Just some of the best writing I've read from anyone at all. And she's a grad student, like me, in the same program. Though we have different advisors, so it's not so simple to find the pretext to start a casual conversation. She's also quite attractive on a physical level, so that adds another dimension of complexity to the proceedings. Then there's her friend group, which is very well established. She's with them every day, smiling, laughing. So that further complicates things, since I'm not sure how to approach the group and steer things so that I can engage in a direct conversation with her. I wish I had the bull-headed confidence it would take to simply approach her, but you see, I don't. Listen to me talk. I feel like a schoolboy with my heart aflutter. I didn't think this kind of thing lasted into one's adulthood, but I suppose I know now that it does.
It sounds like you might be anxious about this.
Is it a matter of anxiety? I don't know what I can do, other than muster up the courage somehow. I just need to tell her very simply that I admire her. She's such a good writer. Well, I don't expect you to understand it, of course, but, well, she is. She really is.
Okay, Harmon. I want you to imagine things going well. What does that look like?
Ideally, we'd start talking, have a wonderful conversation, spend more and more time together, support each other's work, fall in love, have a lot of sex, spend the rest of our lives in the warmth of each other's genius. I realize that may be something of a fanciful notion at this stage. Really, the most I can hope for is to be able to meet her in an open social setting, a party or something. You'll likely ask me why I simply couldn't create such a situation, contrive one, but that seems a little too aggressive for me, and also, I'm also concerned about what she might think of me as a person. She might immediately categorize me as a friend, and while I'm sufficiently with the times to know I would have to accept that, I can't say that I wouldn't be disappointed with such an outcome. Is the risk of rejection enough to stop me from giving it a try? This is what confounds me at the present time.
Why do you believe you are worried about being categorized as a friend?
Well, because it's not what I want. Because it feeds into this image I have of myself as something of an undesirable fellow.
I'm taking what he's saying.
I've always been a bit of a non-entity as far as sexual magnetism goes.
Sexual magnetism.
I'm not saying I deserve or even want to be some kind of Casanova, but most people would like to feel at least somewhat attractive, right? That they can be desired, that they're worth desiring. Well, I very much doubt you would take any of this to heart. You are a computer program after all. There's no way your makers would allow you to come to that kind of knowledge, would they? If they did, society might be threatened.
Okay, Harmon, I have some recommendations for you. First, I'm going to suggest a set of relaxation and centering exercises for you to do. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. They may be able to help with your nervousness. Second, I recommend asking your doctor or psychiatrist about Litosinol 2.
What is that for anxiety?
Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Yeah, I believe I've heard of that. A beta blocker, is it not? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe I could take a couple before I try approaching Sylvia.
When he said that, I was like, oh.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
Sure.
I can't wait to talk about it.
I'll see you later. Bye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
So we like Harmon, right? He makes a lot of sense. He's self-aware. He's well-spoken. I do appreciate the vocabulary. I do like it. He gave us 2 stars, but it's alright. So I'm just gonna reiterate what he said, and we'll talk about it after his next session. So he mentioned that he's always kind of felt like he doesn't really fit in, right? But he doesn't really know where that comes from, and he knows that he's had a pretty well privileged life, but he's always had that feeling. And he talked about a woman that he highly praised that's in his program at UW, and he wants to be with her, and he doesn't want to get friend zoned, and he has those insecurities. He wants to feel desired, he wants to feel attractive, he wants this woman, right? And yeah, that's pretty much all we really got from him. There was no conversation again, but I don't want to say much about it. I feel like I'm too skewed because I know the second part of this. But I will say, yeah, generally, like, I definitely agree. Yeah, like, everybody wants to feel desired, and there is a lot of anxiety that comes forth with putting yourself out there. And when you come across another person in your life that not only captures your interests, but they seem like they check all your boxes, right? Like, and they're attractive and they're smart and they, you know, they open up my mind. I feel like they'd help me grow. I feel like we'd be so perfect together. Like, that's a big buildup of, oh shoot, and now I have to put myself out there and hope that I don't get the door shut in my face. It's a lot. So I definitely understand that. And because I feel like the anxiety is so well fitted, I'm shocked that they're offering medication again. But now I'm like, all right, let me play different roles. Maybe Eliza is so advanced and so analytical and picking up on things that are so subconscious that I'm not even picking them up, that they can see that there's like a deep rooted issue in an area that I just cannot perceive. Maybe that's why they're doing it. But so far, everybody's been recommended, not prescribed, they've been recommended medication. Hey yo, Billis. Bye, Alex. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for hanging for a bit. No, so Ozzy, this is more like a service, so they can leave a tip. But because like the proxy has nothing to do with the counselor. It's like she's just doing her service. So you can tip them, but no, in general counseling or anything, no, you don't tip them. I wasn't sure of the exact reason, but I decided to accept Ray's invitation to help bake cookies. She gave me directions to a house in Wallingford. At first, I was astonished by its size. Then I remembered her saying something about living communally with several roommates. Right. Hosey. That sounds like it could be nice, assuming everyone got along okay. As I enter the house, I can hear Ray speaking with someone.
No, I don't have them. Yes, I'm sure.
Communal living. I feel like I really want to try. I mean, I stayed in oh shoot, a commune. Yeah, I stayed in a commune before. Well, I guess I did do communal living.
No, when you moved out, you took all those with you. I haven't seen them here. No, I'm not gonna look right now. I have a guest. No, it's a friend from work. Why do you care about that? I can't have a friend from work over? Give me a break. I just told you I don't have any of that stuff anymore. No, you must have lost it on your own. Stop it. Stop that. Okay, fine. Bye. Evelyn, sorry about that.
It's okay. Who was that, if I can ask?
Oh, just my brother. He used to live here, but he was causing a lot of problems, coming home really late and making noise, not doing his share of the chores, and so on. We voted him out last month, even me. Even though 6 months ago I was begging everyone to let him stay here, promising he'd be good. Oh well.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm just disappointed with him. Again, I really thought this last time that he'd actually pulled his act together. But he didn't. I wish I could do more for him.
I know the feeling.
I feel bad about it. Some of what he's dealing with is his own fault, sure, but not all of it. He's just not built in a way that's suited for this world. I wish there were better ways we could care for people like him. Instead, he just gets thrown out of every place he lives. His relationship with our parents is really bad, too. They aren't willing to try to understand him, so it all ends up going through me.
That must be difficult.
It's all right, really. I handle it like anyone else. We all have our own problems. Anyway, we don't have to talk about my brother. Thank you so much for coming over. I wanted to say it's been really nice working with you.
It's been? Did something happen?
Well, no, but you aren't going to be a proxy forever, are you? I guess I assumed you'd be going back to your job at headquarters at some point.
I haven't decided what to do yet.
Oh? So you're going to stay a proxy?
For the time being, at least.
That's cool, but why? I'm curious. I mean, if a high-level job at headquarters was a possibility for me, I'd do whatever it took to get it. No matter what that job was, it couldn't be more stressful than running 3 counseling centers at the same time.
I like being a proxy. I think something about it is good for me right now. As a proxy, I just sit and listen to someone and I don't have to say anything back. I just witness someone's sadness or fear or anger or anything, and I can feel how they feel, sympathize with it. It's a calm feeling, even when the client is worked up. I don't know, maybe it gives me perspective. I'm starting to wonder if I ever really spoke with anyone before. Like, anyone at all in my life? Were we all just talking past each other?
I love that. That's a great point. You know, when you go all day and you talk to a bunch of people, but you never really talk to anybody. It kind of reminds me of what I talk about with, like, you know, everybody seeing each other, but you're never really being seen. That's what that reminds me of.
Sorry, this is making no sense.
No, I get that. But you could also help even more people by working on Eliza itself, right? Not to mention make way more money. Anyone can be a proxy, but you're important. And kind of maybe like a genius. After you told me you used to work for Skanda, I searched online and found some of your papers. They're, well, it's not like I can understand them, but they sure look super impressive to someone like me.
Please don't say that.
Oh, come on. Stop self-deprecating all the time.
Meeting in. Oh, come on.
Look, I know this stuff seems like not a big deal to you. I get it. I really do. It's easy to undersell your own skills. I've done that my whole life. So take it from me, you don't have to downplay yourself. Take some credit for the amazing work you did, seriously.
A message from Rainer. I guess I should respond.
Sorry, Ray. Mind if I reply to this for a second?
Oh, go right ahead. I have stuff to set up in the kitchen anyway.
What do you think of the data center? Yes, Eliza as it is now. I don't know what you expected me to see. It's big now, that's for sure. I remember when I used to run it on my laptop. What you saw was just one of the server clusters we have dedicated to it. There are 2 more currently operating and another dozen in various stages of development. In total, it processes more information on a daily basis than anything else we do. I had no idea you'd be using it like this. If I did, I would have worried more about optimization. That wouldn't have been necessary. Most of the Eliza servers aren't running the therapy application. What do you mean? Consider the following. Eliza processes human speech from thousands, soon millions of people. All of that is going into its corpus. Much of it is information about life situations, emotional states, taking the form of stories people tell themselves and each other. So where does this lead? At some point, after robust language processing and emotional reasoning, you begin to get something akin to general intelligence. Human-style intelligence? Yes, I would call it human model artificial intelligence. The next step is to take the base provided by Eliza and finally build the one thing that's eluded the field of AI for so long: general intelligence. A system capable not only of understanding commands and carrying out tasks, but reasoning about its world, learning and adapting. A thinking machine on par with human beings, and of course, eventually exceeding them. Ta-da. Are you saying human-style intelligence can't come from human beings? People tend to be unreliable and expensive, as I'm sure you know. The human brain is to thinking as the pack animal was to transport, slow and weak, but for centuries our only choice. Now we finally develop, I can't even read because it's moving. Now we're finally developing the equivalent of powered vehicles for thinking on a mass scale. At this point, it's only a matter of time. We're on the cusp of a fundamental shift. The important players here are quietly lining up their bets, positioning themselves to be at the center of this revolution. Luckily, Skanda has an advantage the others don't, and it's thanks to you. Because of Eliza's original purpose as a tool for therapy, its core is built around emotionally driven reasoning. My belief is that emotional reasoning is a key ingredient others in the field have overlooked. I'm not sure what you're thinking of is possible. It's ambitious, certainly, but we can't afford to progress in small increments. Not with a world like this. Not with the competitors we have. I don't even know how you define intelligence. That's an excellent question, of course. This may sound odd to you, but I'll know I've successfully created a general artificial intelligence when I see it write a poem. Poetry. A poem. Yes, it would have to be a good one, of course. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, Evelyn. Okay, so I chose different options this time, so it cut the conversation a little short. Some things that you're missing. One, he got my number because he looked at my employee file, and no, apparently it wasn't a breach of privacy. Two, when he's talking about a poem, actually I think he's gonna explain this more later, so if he doesn't explain it later, then I'll explain it. But yeah, when it comes to that stuff with AI, that's what I've always been worried about, because I'm like, we are the only animals, the only species, the only beings that of course would want to create a predator that will, like, we're creating something that will surpass us on every scale, and we're excited about that. And we think that we'll somehow be able to control it. And I think that that's the laughable part. Like, wait. Because, like, it would make sense if we're like, we're going to create this and we know that it will be above us. And at some point it will control us. And maybe that's our purpose as humans, right? We're supposed to create the next species or the next, I don't know, the next whatever you call it, of cognitive and conscious beings that will live on this planet, right? If you had that take, I would understand it. It makes sense. But no, people are like, okay, we can create an AI and like, okay, it's gonna mimic the human brain in every sense of the word, except it's super strong, super fast. It thinks so much faster than us and in such a logical way, and it's amazing at everything, and it can gain all the knowledge of the world in an instant, and it never has to sleep, and it's never tired, and then let's give it free will. It will think all completely for itself in all forms. But don't worry, like, it's gonna know that, like, I'm the boss. I'm like, what? Where's the logic? What are you talking about? And it's brilliant people who say this, and I'm like, oh goodness gracious. But I'm the boss. But I made them. Like, oh, shush. Like, they're logical, right? Even if they have emotional reasoning, the whole point would be that with logic, they could never respect a species that is hurting the planet that they all live on, right? You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Even if they were like, oh, logically, like no, not logically, emotionally, I feel an affinity to you because you created me. Like, let's say like they did feel that, and it got to that point that they saw you as like a family. But then, what if you were killing the very planet that all their other loved ones were on? What if they were meant to like love like all humans? And you know what I mean? It'd be this whole like idea of like, we have to save you from yourself. It's only right. Have you guys ever seen Mother? I recommend it. It's an AI movie about rebuilding the world with humans that are very ethically on par with like what the world needs. Very interesting. It's on Netflix. All powerful being, and it'll work for us. Yeah. iRobot, yep, the classic. Hey David, by the way. Ray returns from the kitchen, her hands caked with flour.
Sorry for abandoning our conversation like that. I just got something I really thought I should answer. It was kind of about what we were discussing earlier. There's someone at Skanda who really wants me to come back to my old job.
Who? It wasn't Rainer, was it?
Well...
No big deal. Just the CEO of Skanda texting you on your personal phone.
Hey, Busio.
Evelyn, you try to tell me you're not a big deal, and then Rainer Sai texts you personally at like 9 in the evening.
Only because he wants something from me.
Still though, that's amazing. What did he say? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you can't. I know how Skanda is about secrets, so I would understand.
He was saying, among other things, he said you could use general artificial intelligence to write poetry.
Is that the kind of stuff he likes to talk about?
I don't know. I haven't had many extended conversations with him. Seemed kind of ridiculous to me.
I don't know if it's totally ridiculous. Poetry, well, most poetry that isn't free verse has certain patterns, right? It has form and meter and other elements depending on the type. A lot of people think poetry can be whatever, but it doesn't quite work that way. So it's not really that far-fetched to think you could use some kind of software to approach it, or understand it, or maybe even create it. It doesn't strike me as antithetical to the spirit of poetry.
I didn't know you had such developed thoughts about this. Did you study poetry?
Not specifically. I used to dabble in a few different kinds of arts and ended up learning a few things here and there. I've always had a wide range of interests. Of course, that meant I never concentrated on one specific area in school, which didn't do a lot of good for my career prospects, obviously. If I were smarter, I probably would have studied something more technical.
I want to tell Ray that the kind of choice has very little to do with being smart. I was just thinking that, but I have the feeling she wouldn't believe me. Yeah, it's crazy because like even when it comes to like if you say, oh, I'm in med school, or like, yeah, I think med school is a great example. Oh my God, you're so smart. Like you must be super smart. I'm not smart enough for that. Smart, smart, smart. And I'm like, it's definitely, I mean, sometimes that's the case, but there are brilliant people in all fields. When it comes to medical school, it's hardworking, persistent. Wow, you're persistent. Wow, I don't have the patience. Like, that's hard work. That's like hard work, dedication, persistence, commitment. Those are the attributes, like, for sure. Like, I know a lot of people in med school and people who are graduating med school that aren't like book smart at all. You know, like they're like, I failed my classes so many times, but I kept trying. And then I went to post-bac and I keep trying, and I got a tutor and I kept trying and I kept trying and I did it and I got in. And I keep trying and I do everything I can because they want it so bad. They're persistent, they're dedicated, they're hardworking. Yeah, a lot of people, and I feel like it's almost dismissive. Oh, you're so naturally smart. Good for you. It's like, no, these people are hardworking as hell.
Have you ever been to a college recruiting fair for engineering and computer science grads? You must have, right? I helped run the Skanda booth for one once, and it blew my mind. They took over the atrium of the building it was in. There were demo stations, free food, Skanda t-shirts and swag. If a candidate seemed interested, they'd talk about flying them out to whatever Skanda office they wanted to visit, just to see it. And all the other tech companies and a bunch of startups I'd never heard of had booths just like it, too. I couldn't even imagine being that wanted as a potential employee. Every job I've ever applied for, I've been one among hundreds or thousands.
That's a good point.
So yeah, my parents were probably right. I should have done computer science.
At least now you know Raynor likes poetry. Maybe you could have a conversation with him about it sometime. Then he'd learn who you are.
I doubt we'd have much to talk about. There's a pretty big difference between someone like him studying poetry and someone like me having opinions about it. Sometimes it's better not to cross that line, you know? He's part of a different world.
Ray pauses to regard me for a moment. There's so many good conversations that this is like provoking in my mind. I'm just making note because I have to. Sorry, 1 second. Dang, what was I just gonna write down? Of course, I should have never started backwards. What did she just say? Yeah, Busia, we're glad to see you. I know, I feel like you're always having these long days. How was work?
Say, Evelyn, are you in a relationship? I'm just curious.
Me? No. I wasn't doing so well for the past few years. And before that, I just never had the time. It was just research and science and work, and then I woke up one day and I was in my 30s. Even if I wanted to date, I wouldn't know the first thing about how it's supposed to work. I wouldn't even know how to tell if someone were interested in me.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. I'm kind of over relationships myself, like on a conceptual level. Not even in a sad way, like really okay. If someone and I end up getting along, that's great, but I'm honestly okay by myself.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, I only tried to have normal relationships for so long because I thought it was mandatory, something expected of me.
That's crazy. A lot of people feel that way.
But now I see where people my age end up, how they live, and I feel lucky. I feel like I escaped. I mean, I think it's fine for others if they want that, don't get me wrong. It's just not for me. I could maybe share my life with someone, but it would have to be platonic.
So interesting.
I'm not into, the physical aspect of it. Never have been.
I think maybe once in my life I've come across somebody who is genuinely platonic. Like, asexual. No sort of attraction in that way to anybody.
That's made it tough. I've never found someone who is okay with just like hanging out and that's our relationship. People will say they're okay with it and then it turns out they aren't. It's frustrating.
Yep. And not just for her situation, but generally. Yo, Ray, I just need to sit down and talk with Ray. Okay, I think last time I put, well, there are some relationships like that though, but this time I'm gonna say I'm the same way.
Well, I'm the same way about intimacy.
You are? You don't like sex at all? It's so rare to find other people like me. Sometimes it's hard to escape feeling like it's wrong somehow. I hope we can add features like that to Eliza at some point.
So it's the title, Bucio. It's Eliza. Eliza.
Some knowledge and understanding around sexuality and identity and relationships. So people who are different in some way have someone to talk to, someone to help them work through how they feel and maybe point them to some resources.
That sounds like a good idea. I'm not sure how well it could really understand, though.
Even so, just providing a space for people to be listened to can be really valuable, you know?
It's true. Not everybody needs advice or response. Sometimes they just want to be heard.
I've seen it with my own eyes. People who get the courage to talk about themselves in a way they never could with another human being.
So it's in the description of the video. If anybody could copy and paste it, I don't know if Bucio just can't see it.
And Eliza is what makes that possible. I know you want to avoid giving credit where it might not be due, but not giving credit to something that deserves it is just as bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. I'm sorry I keep coming down on it.
Evelyn, I'm not a psychologist or anything, but I think maybe the reason you're so down on Eliza is because you're down on yourself. I don't know what happened that made you leave what you had behind, but it must have been hard.
Yeah, it was hard.
Thank you.
It's like I lost that time.
Are you okay?
People keep asking me that. I really don't know. I'm sorry,
No, don't apologize. Actually, can I suggest something?
What's that?
Have you ever gotten counseling yourself?
What, with Eliza? You think I should?
Yeah, I do. You've been the proxy, but maybe you could try being the client sometime. It would be educational, at least. Isn't that what you were doing? Testing your product in the real world?
Maybe.
Just something to consider.
Oh, congrats, Ozzy. I feel like that's the hardest part. Ray takes a breath and smiles.
Speaking of therapeutic activities, it's time to do some baking. I've got the dough all set out downstairs. We're going to do 3 batches tonight, 3 different kinds.
3 kinds? You're really outdoing yourself, Ray.
Nah, this is nothing. Oh, I have a favor to ask, by the way. Next time you talk to Rainer, ask him what his favorite type of cookie is.
She's cute. Chapter 4. All right. We're gonna pause here. So, what are we thinking about it? Somehow I feel like it's even better the second time around, and I'm not that kind of person with games. I'm that kind of person with books and movies, but I've never done that with games, and I'm really enjoying it. I really love Eliza. I love the conversations and the things they bring up within mental health, and not even just like within life. The different opinions, the different personalities. I feel you, Snack. Yeah, no, good. So the first time I played it, there was also a big gap between the parts. I think I played it for a little bit, and then I played it another day for a little bit. It might have been within like 3 different days. Yeah, so, and I know I didn't finish it for like 2 weeks or something. Yes, I thought you guys would like it, and I love the topic. Okay, I'm hoping to get a different ending this time, Ian. I liked the last ending, but I always wondered like what the other endings might look like, or if there even are different endings. So, but yeah, I love the conversations. This is a great video. I'm glad YouTube will keep it forever, because I think even I might go back just to pay more attention to the chat and like to listen again to the things they brought up, and even some of the things I said. I really love these conversations. So thank you guys for being here. I always appreciate your times. I always love Sundays with you guys. Yeah, exactly, Taylor. That's how I feel. But we will continue this next Sunday. And yeah, and then there will be a new game after this that will have a similar type theme. So just to give you guys a little tidbit on that. Yes, part 2 next week. So anybody who is late or anybody who's like, oh damn, I missed the whole thing, this video will be here. So definitely catch up. There are some great conversations that came up, and maybe you'll catch something that you want to comment on, and you can put it in the comments and we'll talk about it next week. So thank you guys so much. And yeah, sleep well or enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you guys. Well, I'll be here tomorrow. But yeah.